Words on my tongue, so many verses I wish I would have sung. But what if my secrets ruined today? I pour another glass up to keep them at bay. Think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands sculpted me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe. You think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands up in me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe. I found light in the darkness and learned to lead the way. Your flashlight is fading and I'm going my own way. The sharp words of anger should cut me like a knife. You stabbed in my back, but you forgot that I can fight. Think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands sculpted me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe. You think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands sculpted me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe. You love to claim me, you say you make me, then make me again. You love to claim me, you say you make me, then make me again. You love to claim me like I'm some trophy you hold in your hand. Don't make me again, don't make me again. Think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands sculpted me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe. You think you found me? Oh yeah, then go find another. Go find another. Your hands sculpted me. Oh no, I'm not like the others, not like the others. The world inside me, baby, is mine to discover, mine to discover. Can't take that from me. Give me a space to breathe.
Temperatures are rising here in North America, and so are the stakes in leagues across the globe. Tonight marks the start of the summertime stretch. Those lazy spring days are coming to an end as we enter into the heart of the 2022 season. Many players are approaching their 4-game max, so scores are becoming increasingly important. Tonight, we'll watch players from the Tour of Britain bring the heat, and we'll watch players in VDL try to beat it. It's time for League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring a live on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those for well to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on
Perfect timing, Phil.
is the May edition of League Night. We're really excited. Got a great group of analysts joining me in the virtual studio today. First up, we have Kevin O'Kelly, fellow Windy City Weasel from here in Chicago, one of our producers, joining us for the opening today. Kevin, welcome. Next up, we have Ed Sullivan joining us from Houston, Texas, proud Longhorn and fellow Texan of mine. And last, we have world champion Chris Brand joining us from Canada. Chris, thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks. Nice to be here.
And I'd like to thank each of you for joining us today. We would not be able to do this show, or would not continue to do this show without everybody watching and participating. Also in chat, really appreciate watching that. The chat's a fantastic community, lots of fun. We learn about the game of diplomacy and enjoy some games, commenting and learning about some games together in a really, really good, healthy community. Tonight, we are going to be covering the Tour of Britain as our feature league. This is one of my favorite leagues. We've got some really, really quality play from last season. Some of the world's best players got together, and it's a European league primarily. And so it's been fun to see more participation from Europe. And for those of us in North America, it's been really fun to kind of watch play styles that may not have been as familiar to us pre the virtual era. So really excited to see that coming back and to cover that. And before we get to that, though, I think we should take a look at some upcoming events. There are a ton of opportunities to play diplomacy, lots of different ways coming up. Chris, would you mind walking us through some of the upcoming tournaments?
Sure. There's quite a lot on the schedule, actually. So this will be the not long now. I guess next weekend is DixieCon, which is the 36th DixieCon, I believe, something ridiculous like that. David Hood has been running this since before anyone else can remember, basically, and it's always a good time. So if you can get out there to North Carolina, then I definitely recommend that one. Regatta is another blast from the past, basically. This is a tournament that used to be on the schedule and is coming back. So that's middle of June, end of June, I guess. So June 25th, 26th, a little bit of an opportunity to get out there. That's in Denver. So if you can get to Denver, then I would definitely recommend checking out Regatta. Cascadia, I'm more familiar with. This is the tournament in Vancouver, BC, up here in Canada. So if you've got a passport, then head up to Vancouver for Cascadia. Normally, this is a January tournament, and January is not the best time of year to head to Vancouver. But beginning of July, should be really nice to come up here. So hopefully, welcome you all here then. VWDC Summer Classic. This is a virtual tournament. This is one of the two big virtual tournaments of the year. Because you can play it from home, it should be usually a very large turnout for this one, basically. What else have we got? Boston Massacre in August, and Weasel Moot in September are the other two. Those are a little bit further off, but always good to get that planning done. So please head out to any or all of these face-to-face tournaments, because the more people, the better.
Yeah, and in chat, we've also got a comment from Peter McNamara, European Diplomacy Championship coming up September 9th to 11th. Thank you for that, Peter. I do have that on my list for next month. I just didn't update the graphic before showtime. So appreciate that reminder. And next, and then I do just want to say DixieCon, longest running tournament in all of diplomacy. Really good to see that. And another long-standing one that I'm personally excited about and will take host privilege to kind of give some extra promotion to Weasel Moot. That is the Chicago, my home tournament. We've got a fantastic group of players already signed up for that. So hope to see as many of you in Chicago in September as you can. It's going to be a great, great time. So, next up, Ed, tournaments are not the only way to play diplomacy. This is league night, and one of my favorite things about playing leagues is tournament diplomacy is a fantastic way to play, but it can be a little bit cutthroat sometimes. League play gives an opportunity to still have that competitive spirit, but in sometimes a little more of a relaxed environment. Could you walk us through some of the leagues that are coming up?
Sure. So we have sort of extended deadline leagues and some virtual league play that are coming up. So there are two Nexus sites on Discord. It's a long story. I don't know if you call them Nexi or Nexuum or however it's pronounced, but they're on one of the Nexus Discord sites. You will find the next two waves of the Nexus Press League, which is really, really taken off. A lot of people play it. I believe Evan Swihart is the reigning champion of the Press League. And then we also have the French Diplomacy League, which has been fantastic to watch. It's covered on League Night. They have their events coming up in June as well. And then obviously the Tour of Britain, which you discussed earlier, as well as the Virtual Diplomacy League. So lots of chances. And I will endorse the idea of joining a league lets you get your toe in the water.
Ed, we've got a little bit more on leagues. There's two extended deadline tournaments you might be familiar with that likely will count for DBNI points yet. The DBNI committee has not formally designated them, but I know
likely.
Yeah, likely. Sorry.
Definitely. What are you doing to me?
You might have had a visitor at your house this week that you could have lobbied for those points, but it's just informal at this point. But we will. Play Diplomacy has been really kind about promoting DBN and events. They've got links to some of our broadcasts on there, so it's been a good partnership. The Online Diplomacy Championship is in round one. They're calling it the Jim Burgess round. Jim passed away in 2017. I had some great times at old cons with him, at Weasel Moot, at Carnage a couple of times, but I never made it out to TempleCon where he made his tournament. So good dedication to Jim. That's going to go up throughout the year. The sign up is over, so look for next year on that one. The other extended deadline event was season 7. I know we talked about season 8, but season 7, we had a winner who's sitting in an orange shirt right there. So there we go. Congratulations to Ed Sullivan, the season 7 champion. Any congratulatory words for Ed?
Ed, I will say the group of players that you defeated in that is very impressive. So that in and of itself is something that I respect a lot. But I think more important than that is I'm impressed with the diversity of play in that you have now won some pretty big virtual and extended deadline. So showing that kind of diversity of skill is very impressive. So congrats on that.
Thanks very much. If you watched that game, I would have, and apparently did, murder anyone that I played with. I'd have murdered my mother to win it. I was glad that I won, and it was very gratifying. And I think deserving an automatic bid to DBNI. We'll see, but I appreciate the nice thoughts.
Would you say that perhaps you have found the heart of a champion?
Well, I don't mean to take it on a down note on league night, but when I played in season 2, I finished second to a guy named Paula, who I ended up becoming good friends with, and he passed away just about a week before the tournament began. And I wasn't the only one, but I definitely wanted to do my best for him and the memory of him. And I played like he did, which was extraordinarily ruthless, and not something I like to do. But I told myself it was in service of the greater good, and so I'm glad I won.
Well, congratulations again. Well, speaking about winning, I think this is a good opportunity for us to transition and take a look at our standings in the Virtual Diplomacy League. Before we do that, this is a good opportunity to remind everybody, like and subscribe, comment in the comments section, participate in chat. All of these things help the YouTube algorithm help recommend these broadcasts and the game of diplomacy to a larger audience. We've had several members in this community that have become active that discovered diplomacy through this broadcast. So this does work, it does help, and one of our big missions here on DBN is to try and share the game that we all love with a larger audience. So appreciate you doing that. And let's take a look at our top 7. So in first place, we have John Anderson, who was first going in last month. Maintains first place, but it was not easy. He had to win another round or score well in another round in order to maintain that place. If he had not increased his score, second place, Roni Mordanov would have taken over. Roni, we're going to take a look at in more detail in a little bit, has been on something of a hot streak of late, winning not only here in the Virtual Diplomacy League, but is also currently in first place in the Nexus Press League. So showing some of that diversity of skill similar to what we saw from Ed Sullivan. Christian Brown is a fellow Windy City Weasel and has also been coming on performing very well in the back half of the 2022 season or 2021 season, and qualifying as an alternate, and then ultimately qualifying for the DBNI last year, and now performing quite well in VDL. Rounding out our top 7, we have Jackson Roberts, who is a new entry. Wes Ketchum drops 3 places. Jason Bennett drops 2, is a newer player. And Tim Crosby moves up 5 for our first tie of the season. Jason and Tim both tied for 6th place. And on the bubble, remember in the VDL, the top 7 will qualify for the championship game. So on the bubble, we have Stephen Hogue dropping 5 places, Baron of Kirkholm, a new entry. Bradley Grace went up 4 into 10th. And we have a 3-way tie for 10th with Brandon Dix and Eber Condrel. Franz Hansen goes in at 13th, and Adina Lieblich, who was our player spotlight last month, drops down 7 into 14th. So we saw some really fun action in those games last month. I I guess I'll start with Ed and Kevin. Anything that you've noticed about the league so far to date?
Ed, I noticed a lot of weasels in the top 7, so it makes me proud to see that we've been training them well. Roni had played in our season. We'll talk about him in a bit, even though he's not from Chicago. Tim Crosby, not from Chicago, but I'm proud of the weasels, and I like to see that the scores are bunching up. We don't want anyone running away like another weasel did last year. So,
You don't want to bury the lead, and the lead is, after taking a year off, John Anderson returned to VDL to just go right into where he left off in December of 2020, which is to the top of the VDL standings. He's a fantastic player. I was worried about him. I didn't know what happened to him because I didn't see him for a year after the 2021 DBNI, but he's back. He's dominating everywhere, and I think we're all glad to see it.
Definitely glad to see him back. Let's take a look now at those top 3 players, and we'll take a look at some stats first of all. So what makes a player rise to the top? We'll take a look at these statistics for our top 3 players in the VDL, see if we can find out. Learn a little bit about their play style and whether or not there's anything we can glean from numbers. I always tell people I work in an analytical job. Numbers don't tell the story, but they tell a story. We need to try and dig in and learn what they're trying to tell us to figure out what the truth is. So here we're going to look at a couple of stats. Top share, the percentage of the share of the board top at the end of games, typically means is a player scoring towards the top of the games they play. Center above average power. This is one of the leading indicators that correlates with success. It's kind of obvious. If you've got more centers than the average player, then you tend to be doing well. Capo 4 is same statistic, just ending at 1904. So we use that to try and identify, is this the kind of player who's getting off to a hot start? Efficiency is the next step, EFF, percentage of successful orders. And that includes things like self bounces we include as a intended result. Basically just try to say, hey, based off the data that we can see, is this player accomplishing the orders that they submitted? COL is collaboration. That is a measure of how often is this person either giving or receiving supports from foreign units. And give and take. So for those supports that are being given, if it is a positive number, that means that they are giving more than receiving, and a negative number is receiving more than giving. All of the items over on the right-hand side, we've marked as style, which means it's not really strongly correlated to someone's overall results, but it can give you some kind of insight into the way that they play the game and kind of how they get there. Does not necessarily mean good or bad. So with that, let's take a quick look at our first member of our top 3. In third place, we have Windy City Weasel Christian Brown. One thing I do want to make clear here is these statistics are since VDL began. So in 2020, Christian began playing. Very active player, has played in 19 VDL games since 2020. And you'll notice that these stats are not really high. And what that speaks to is the fact that Christian kind of struggled when he first came in and was really, really getting beat up on, but he stuck with it and he has gotten better and better. And I think Christian is a poster child for someone who has taken some licks and learned from them and improved. And last year was one of the top 28 players in the DBNI and is off to another top 3 start. Next up, we have Roni Mordanoff. Kevin, you want to kind of run us through Roni?
Yeah, Roni the same way as you just mentioned with Christian. Played a lot of games early. Roni being over in not the Middle East, but over in the central, in between the time zones. So it doesn't have a nice spot like, here in America. We can play the 9 a.m., 10 a.m. game Eastern. We could play the 4 p.m., 5 p.m. game. His games, he's running up against world-class competition from Australia, world-class competition from Europe, and getting your feet wet sometimes. But he's found his stride. He was in our Chicago championship game a couple months ago, and I owe him some positive words because he tried to help me win as often as he could, and I continued to trip over my own 2 feet. So Roni is a fantastic ally, and it's proving itself this year. So we're going to start to see more of the top share and definitely more efficiency.
Yep. And Ed, would you mind speaking of our top player, John Anderson?
Oh, sure. John's a terrific player who has played for quite a while, but not competitively until 2020. And I credit John with 2 very important things, since I'm an egotistical person by nature. One, he's the one that told me I really needed to play VDL in 2020 and that I would enjoy it. He was a real promoter of the league, and I really wanted to thank him for that. And 2, most importantly, I think he may well be known as the greatest diplomacy player in history, even though I'm on a broadcast with a world champion. I'm going to say John's a little better, and not just because he told me to say that, because he didn't stab me in 1910 in the Nexus main event just 7 days ago. That's not related at all, but he is a fantastic player. He's back, and the one thing that he is differing than I, and he will tell you this, because I'm sort of, until last week, pretty much known as an alliance player. John also is an alliance player, but John wants to finish everything up in his corner. He's usually not interested in going over the stalemate line, and league play with the time format doesn't really help him for that. Yeah. Peter, the answer to that question is he paid me by not ordering Sev to Moscow, which is the only thing I needed him to do.
There are 292 players that have played in at least one VDL game, and 93 have played in at least 4 VDL games. So when you're looking at these statistics, the left-hand side shows the value, the right-hand side shows their percentile. So John Anderson, top 98 percentile for top share, topping currently 60% of the games that he's played since 2020. Cap 2.8 higher than average, 89%, top 69% for Cap 04. So you can see scoring really high on those performance indicators. Stylistically, again, this is why we say there's not necessarily a correlation between good or bad on this. 48% for efficiency. Collaboration only 31%, but whenever that collaboration does take place, much higher than average, supporting others rather than receiving support. So really interesting to see. Chris, anything stand out to you in regards to any of those statistics that we saw? Any takeaways just in general from something like that?
I think it's just based on the thing that doesn't surprise me is to see John Anderson right up near the top straight away. I mean, he's one of the people who's very well known throughout all the virtual play, basically, and having him up there in the top, that's not going to surprise anyone, right? It's like there's a lot of people who could be there, but the fact that it's John is like, yeah, sure, that's expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I was going to say, I have a point on Christian Brown, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I played a lot with Christian Brown. He's a regular on the virtual circuit. And I would say for the first 14 or 15 months of virtual play, the reason why his statistics are so bad is at the time he was an extraordinarily greedy player. And everyone could take advantage of Christian by just telling them they were going to, put him in somewhere or do something. And he would let his eyes get sort of bigger than his stomach and go for it. And you'd stab him. And next thing you know, he'd be the first eliminated. and he's tempered that a lot. Okay, in the last 6 months, I hope to continue to see it, which is, to give trust, you've got to get trust. To get trust, you've got to give trust. He's played more alliance games, not been as greedy, and he's seen the results, and I hope to see that continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot stress how impressed I have been with both Christian and Roni over the past 6 to 8 months, and really exciting to see that the commitment and to learning this game pay off. So, all right. Last thing we're going to look at from a stats standpoint is we're just going to take a quick look at our power stats. Not going to spend a lot of time on this one this month, but I do want to say that from last month, Austria, England, and Germany all increased their top share by 1%. France, Italy, and Russia dropped. Russia dropping from 18 to 17, still wildly high. And then Turkey is still even at that 13% top share. I think the more interesting thing for me on these statistics, and perhaps this will be something we could go into for another show, is looking at the amount of give and take. Which powers tend to support other powers more than the average, and the collaboration. I think that there's probably some lessons that could be taken away from that. So maybe take a look at that if that's something you're into, and that could be a topic for a future show. With that, we're going to just give our analysts a chance to kind of set up some of the items that they will be watching for the next show. So, or for the next, before we get into the games. So, Kevin, I'm going to start with you. What are some of the items that you're going to be watching for tonight?
We've gotten into our first face-to-face of the year. I'll be curious if any of the players that were at Whipping, a couple weeks ago now, if play starts to transition, because dynamics are a little different. So I'll be curious to see if there's any change in play, whether it's this month, next month. It's going to take some time to get in there. So,
Chris, what about you?
I don't know, to be honest. Just interested to see some good diplomacy games, basically.
Ed, how about you?
So I think this is really important, which is for me, when I started playing virtual diplomacy, much of a neophyte, there were a lot of experienced players out there, Conrad Woodring and others, who I just have clicked with, and they were like, I could kill this guy, but he's kind of funny, and I'm just going to hang with him for a bit, and I had a great time. I think there are a lot of new faces out there, and I would hate for familiarity to that players may have with others to ruin the chance to get to know people. And I think that if we can encourage newer faces in the Virtual Diplomacy League, in the Tour of Britain, our hobby will be the better for it, because, that early confidence that Conrad and others gave me, maybe I wouldn't have felt that way if they just eliminated me first, which was definitely on the table in those games.
Yeah, Ed, I think that's one of my favorite things for league play. It's a great way to learn this game, and we've got already a full board of first-time players. We've got, I think, 8 first-time players, and we're only a couple months into the season. So one of the main things I'm going to be watching for is how will those players respond, especially those that have had some early success. We saw in the statistics, there's several of the top 14 that they're new to the league, which is exciting to see. But playing from behind and playing ahead are very different. And one of the skills that's important in any kind of league or tournament is learning how to play from the front. So I'll be watching to see that. And then also, how does the rest of the league respond? Maybe we've had some kind of a break in the spring a little bit. Some of the folks that were in the DB&I kind of resting up a little bit. And this is the time, the season where those players start to come back, and how will they respond and interact with the new players? That's always a fun dynamic at this point in the season. So. Okay, well, I think before we go, just one more quick reminder. Please like and subscribe if you don't mind. Really helps out the show a lot. And with that, we're going to go ahead and transition right over into our games. First up, we have a quick look at our top 10 by DB&I score for the participants in tonight's games. Quick reminder, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational ranking is kind of a amalgamation or a compilation of results from extended deadline, face-to-face, virtual face-to-face. All of those are put together based on the size of the event, given scores, and then that's combined to basically the better you do in those events, the higher your score will be. It's modeled similar to golf rankings, if that's something that you follow. In this event, Nicola Taillé, Michalis Camaridis, Brandon Fogel, Wes Ketchum, Peter McNamara, Tim Crosby, Christian Brown, Christopher Ward, Craig Merritt, and Stephen Hogue are our top players. I believe that Christian Brown on up, all were in the 2022 DB&I, and we had, I know, Craig Mayer was in the 2021. So we've got some of the top players in diplomacy playing tonight. So it'll be really fun to be able to watch them play. To help cover these games tonight, we're going to have Ed Sullivan and Chris Brand. Thank you both for joining us tonight. And we're going to take a quick look at our first game. While I'm doing that, could one of y'all just kind of talk through, based off those players, is there anybody that you're going to keep an eye on tonight? Ed, in League Night tradition, thank you for keeping the tradition going. You're on mute.
Yeah. I was going to say Nicola Taillé, the winner of last year's VDL, back, formidable player, but relatively new with a very sharp-edged style to diplomacy, European, transactional, different than go along to get along Ed. And I like watching him play, and I want to see how he does. And I particularly like him to be adjacent to Brandon again. That was great.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first game here. And we have, whoops, there we go. Nicola is not adjacent to Brandon this time.
Well, not the Brandon we know.
Yeah, different Brandon. So I'll run through these real quick. Into Austria, Nicola Taillé, definitely the heavy hitter on this board. But Peter McNamara is also coming across from a big win at PoppyCon, widely regarded as one of the best players in all of diplomacy. So having both of them on the board is going to be fun to keep an eye on. In France, we have Wes Ketchum. We need to update. He's no longer in Chicago. He is now in Europe. And in Germany, we've got Brandon Dix from California. Italy, we've got Aiden Lewis from North Carolina. Russia, we have Christopher Ward from Great Britain. And Turkey, we have Bradley Grace from Warrington. So, Chris, who are you watching in this game?
A lot of names I don't know very well, actually. Obviously, Peter is the one who stands out to me as definitely a person to watch, and Nicola as well. Yeah, Yeah, no, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, to be honest. Two Brits in Russia, Turkey. I wonder whether that's a help or a hindrance.
That's the first thing I saw there, and the continued slow but continued improvement of Wardy. I think it would be fun to see that on our. But I think the real story up on McNamara, which, for Peter McNamara, you're used to being ganged up on.
Yeah.
He knows how to handle that as well as anybody. And then, of course, seeing how Nicola handles Italy and Russia and Turkey would be interesting as well. Could be a vulnerable position. I'm looking forward to the game.
All right. Well, here we go. Bring up our map. We will come into spring of 1901. Ed, I'm going to have you run through as the primary analyst for the odd years. And then, Chris, you'll take the even years. And then you'll just provide color, fill in the blanks. And we're going to move pretty quickly through these. We've got a lot of games to cover tonight.
I assume you meant odd in terms of the year as opposed to just strange events on the board. But in any event, okay, as we look here, the only thing that is non-standard that I can see is the bounce in Piedmont, and that's really it. Nothing that I would call unusual on spring 1901 moves.
Chris, anything?
Yeah, I mean, Burgundy being vacant, it might indicate that France and Germany are fairly friendly, but yeah, I agree. Piedmont's the standout there.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be a standout in my humble opinion, but we've seen a really, really high amount of Russia and Austria agreeing to DMZ Galicia. So it is almost a story that we've got to bounce there.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, the real story is that Venice didn't move to Trieste, which we've seen so many times that we've forgotten that is an abnormal move.
Yeah, in 2022, that didn't happen as much as 21. 21, that was the most common opening by far. It is still, even in 2022, a common move. So,
okay, still covering 1901 since it's odd. The story of the game here is Peter McNamara's leveraging of Germany. He found his friend. I don't think there's going to be any gang up by getting Germany 3 builds, which can be a double-edged sword. Oddly enough, Wardy thought he was going to get bounced in Sweden and move to Baltic Sea. But I think it'll be okay for Wardy. I don't think we'll see how it goes with McNamara and Wardy right now. I don't even know if Peter was involved in that. And then in the East, I think the big news here is the Black Sea is vacant, whereas Turkey gets the fleet to Khan and is opened up for a fleet build. And then Russia put the army in Romania, which modern Austrians hate. I'm not so panicked about it if I'm Austria, but nowadays modern Austrians hate. And of course, you get the convoy to Tunis, generally anti-Turkish. And I haven't seen as much of that as we used to see in tournaments past.
and just one thing I'm going to take a quick look at here. Brandon Dix, I don't know well, but if I recall correctly, Brandon had a good result in their debut. So we've got one of our top 7 players in Brandon Dix, Wes Ketchum at number 4. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see if that ends up helping us understand what's happening in that Western Triangle over there.
I'd like to hear Chris's opinion on Peter's giving Germany, putting Germany into Belgium, and for newer players who may be watching a league thing, why that's useful.
Well, I think the key thing in the West is you've got the triangle, and you want to make sure that you've got an ally, right? The key thing is you don't want to be the odd one out of that triangle. So helping Germany into Belgium helps establish that friendship between England and Germany. Maybe it leads on to an attack on France. And honestly, when you're the corner power in England, you're not too worried that Germany's bigger, because Germany's got way more things to worry about than you have. Way more neighbors, way more possible problems than England has. So I don't think you're worried about Germany being the bigger of the two. So yeah, I think it's probably a good move from Peter there. Depending on how it works out, of course. It could be that he's just being taken advantage of by Brandon. Who knows?
You don't want to see two fleets if you're England, though.
Right, that's true.
No. Statistically, 3 builds for Germany is not always better. In some cases, I don't know that I think the stats are telling the whole story, but it's actually there's less correlation with successful Germany's when they get 3 builds.
There is always the concern about, do you want to be seen to be pulling out ahead?
Yeah, that's a great way for a big name like Peter to maybe distract some attention and heat. Also, the thing that's standing out to me is Black Sea. We've got Russia in Black Sea in Baltic Sea in 1901, rather than moving to Sweden. So just thought that was an interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Well, looking at the builds of Fleet Berlin as opposed to Kiel is as friendly to England as it can possibly be, other than a third army. Wardy building north tells me he feels secure with Turkey. We shall find out with the Austrian builds what is happening and whether or not Russia can afford this adventure north.
Yeah. All right, Chris, if you can go ahead and take us through 1902.
Sure. So we've got the army going up to Norway, and yeah, the German fleets push out into Baltic as expected. Interestingly, the Russian fleet supports the English into Sweden, which is that looks like trying to find a friend thing. I think they've already made an enemy of Germany, so they want England on side there. Now we've got the bouncing Burgundy supported on both sides. So yeah, bouncing Burgundy, bouncing the Channel. This is looking like an EG to me. In the east, the fleet Smyrna comes out as you would expect. Bulgaria gets destroyed because Russia is not on board with the RT, apparently. The fleet Sev goes black, and Russia supports Serbia into Bulgaria. That's interesting. If I'm Russia, I don't know that I really want Austria in there. It kind of, I guess it depends. If you're getting Turkish dots out of it, maybe it's okay. The worry is that it's very easy for them to then turn and decide that really they want Romania as well, and there's not a lot you can do about it at that point. So we'll see whether that's a good choice or not. Chris Ward making some bold choices here. So this feels like a bit of one of those gambly games where you take some chances and maybe they pay off or maybe they don't. So you could have a good game or a short game here, I think. Now let's see. So looking at the east, yep. So it looks like the gamble paid off in the south there. Black Sea supported into Constantinople by Austria. So Russia picks up Turkish dots straight away, and Bradley's down to 2 down there. So looks like this could be that Eastern triple that we see, not uncommon these days, where they quickly kill Turkey and then head up to the stalemate line, or if it lasts that long. In the west, France gets into Burgundy because Munich was concentrated on the east. So Germany's got a difficult position here because they've got an enemy in France and an enemy in Russia. So Munich is really needed on both sides, and obviously can't be in 2 places at once. Baltic goes up to Bothnia, presumably to help England against St. Petersburg, or to be helped into St. Petersburg, maybe, who knows. But yeah, the EG still looks pretty solid. I know, did I miss that yet?
No, the two things I'm curious about are, one is I'm not 100% that it's an heir, even though Wardy may think that. Austria is supporting Russia into Constantinople, which is fantastic. But on the other hand, he's moving to Galicia, which if it
that's
wasn't
a good
heir,
point.
I'm not so sure. Romania can definitely be taken from Wardy. And then of course France doesn't worry about an Eastern Triple right now. He's hoping for discord while Germany has his attention focused. So one is curious to see, what's going to happen with Chris Ward's build.
Yeah.
Chris desperately needs another army, and I agree. If I had to put money on it, you're going to see Army Moscow, and then Chris will not have enough units to stop the AI whenever it inevitably turns.
Props to Aiden I'm positive that's not a stab, that's a talked into Trieste. Oh, you're getting Bulgaria.
Yeah.
But that's a really good position for Italy.
Yeah, that will help, especially if the agreement is to go west against a declining France. So the question that I would have, and I don't want to dwell on this too long, but Chris, you are widely renowned as an expert on Italy, and would you, in this case, do you want to go attack France, or are you happy just letting France try and bottle up that EG and focus on Eastern dots right now?
I think I would focus on Eastern dots for now, particularly if this is AI rather than air, because then you've probably got all those Turkish dots on your plate pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can leave France to fight EG. That can be a long running fight, and the longer the West takes to resolve, the better for the East, really.
All right. Well, I got my first build wrong. We do not have an army in Moscow.
Ooh, that's another gambling build, a gambling move from Christopher Ward, I think.
I think this tells us. I'm really not sure what
it's there. That's what that says to me. Whether he's right or not is the question. But even then, you don't want to. No, you don't want to fleet. I don't like that build, because even if you are working with Italy, then you don't need the fleet. And if you're fighting Italy, then you probably don't want that fleet. You want an army. Yeah, I don't like that build.
Yeah, Chris has taken over for me on the diplomats right now, and I love the guy, but I do not love this build. I do not love it at all, particularly when St. Petersburg is forced, and it was guaranteed to be forced. Unless he had Moscow. So, and then of course he doesn't even take the Black Sea because Smyrna cuts Constantinople and the greater good of Italy. Italy moves to Tyrrhenian Sea, so I suspect we'll see the army convoyed back up to the boot or something, or an attack on France. Who knows? And other news, it looks like Germany and France reached a bit of a détente for now, whereas McNamara rearranges his pieces and then gets his fleet out for what will be his presence in the English Channel in the fall.
Bouncing Tyrolia is interesting. Right? I think that Italian move is probably just to convoy that army back. I wouldn't see that as an attack on France. Could be, but
is the Trieste and Munich move, like, are they both jockeying to try and get ahead on the line? Like, do you think they're playing that game that early?
I can't see that Brandon really wanted to do that unless he was forced to, because surely he would have rather used Munich either in the east or the west.
This smells to me like Austria told him he has to leave to get to Tyrolia, and he quickly told Germany, bounce me in Tyrolia.
Could well be that, yeah. It's definitely not bad from Italy's point of view, the bounce there, right?
No. And you can tell Austria was a little suspicious of that, moving Galicia back to Vienna, which is really the only positive for Wardy after losing St. Petersburg here. But he does take Black Sea. He'll have a they'll have a disband coming. But the big news is Brandon has decided, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and take on Peter McNamara and takes Sweden, stabs him for 1. I only know Peter to be such a gentleman, and he will handle this extremely well. I predict Brandon will be back in Peter's loving arms soon enough.
Peter recently was on the Deadline News, which released yesterday, I believe, and he was talking about diplomacy tactics. And one of the items, or one of the lessons from that diplomacy tactics discussion was being the importance of learning to play defense, and tactics helping with defense. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that here.
Peter here says it was a trade, so that makes sense now that I see that. I would like Peter to explain why North Sea goes to English Channel and not London. That's a lot of trust in the alliance.
Yeah,
I like it. It's I didn't see it, so yeah.
Tunian Sea went to Western Med, so this is an attack on France. And it's interesting. I mean, it does set up a nice 3-way attack on France, because now either Burgundy or Spain has to fall, right?
But are you convinced it's an attack on France, or do you think? I mean, a lot of France is faced with this situation, might be asking for help and saying whatever you can get.
It seems too early for France to invite Italy over. If I'm France, I don't want Italy there yet. Maybe in a year's time I might, but I don't want them there yet.
Fair enough.
I thought this was a really good turn for Wardy, because if you look at the position at the beginning of that fall turn, he was very vulnerable. He could have lost Constantinople and Romania, but he managed to keep his way in with the Austria-Italy. So well done, Christopher.
Well done. On my last odd year here, I can tell you, I cannot imagine Peter wanted to see a 3rd fleet from Germany in Kiel. It's the only place he could have built, but I probably would have built a 3rd fleet, but I'm not sure Peter wanted to see it.
Really? You think a 3rd fleet? A 3rd fleet to me feels very anti-English.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Peter, yeah. No. But Germany, I probably would have built it.
I think it's not a bad build for him, certainly. It's very committal. But then he seems to have peace with Russia, and he wasn't fighting France last turn, so yeah, maybe he's in a position to turn on England.
I was checking to see if there was a move towards Warsaw, because it seems like that would be something the EG could easily take.
I am not a fan of the Prussian disband. Just
what would you have disbanded?
I probably would have disbanded Black. I don't know if I would have built that fleet anyway.
Yeah, the fleet that he shouldn't have built at all was the one that disbanded. The problem with disbanding that northern fleet is you're never going to get it back, right? He says, then looking at the moves here and seeing Moscow makes it up to St. Petersburg. So maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe in 05, who knows?
It's very hard to get it back. Let's put it that way.
This is an example of why I love the game of diplomacy. We have analyzed probably hundreds of games at this point, and I think that between the 3 of us on this broadcast, we've got many years of experience playing this game. I did not see this coming. I did not see it at all. So well done to the players.
Surprises here. I mean, West to Mao supported by Brest. So I was wrong about the English fleet, the Italian fleet moving there at France's invitation. And now we see Romania and Constantinople go. So all the good things I said about Wardy's position in full last in the previous turn, I now turned about this turn.
No, you're right though. He'll never get that northern fleet back. Right. He won't get any fleet back.
Well, he's back up in St. Petersburg, so. But for how long? I mean, he can't hold it. So yeah,
he's disbanding. I mean, he's gonna.
He's down to 3, maybe even down to 2 at this point, because he could lose Sev as well, right?
Right.
Germany gets into Burgundy, and
But
there's
at what cost?
Yeah. How bad is it? I guess it depends on if England and Germany are still good, then Belgium can be retaken. Yeah. You can understand Peter moving English Channel back to north that turn though, rather than pushing the attack on France. So yeah. I feel like that very solid EG that we saw earlier is now a little bit rocky, and we're seeing some of that, and that's presumably just because of that fleet build.
So note to newcomers: a winter stab against Peter McNamara will be countered effectively.
Oh yeah, he knew what's coming as soon as he saw that fleet build, right?
This is a delightful turn. So want to thank the players for making it such a fun situation.
The problem with turning on Peter is very simply France was not on side.
But also, did you see Sweden to Bosnia as well? So it's like Brandon built to attack Peter and then didn't actually follow through with it, which has to be Peter's diplomacy. I mean, to me, that's like, well, yeah, you built this fleet, but you could come after me, but you don't have to. There's other things we could do together, and so on and so on. And then next thing you know, he's moving Sweden to Bosnia to attack St. Petersburg. So.
This is a mess in the West, Chris. Look at this.
Though,
everyone's attacking everybody. Let's just get into a three-way knife fight between three prison gangs.
Yeah. I mean, Burgundy's back into Belgium. Germany's in the North Sea, which is...
and Wales?
You got to love the Italian position, though. Mid-Atlantic bouncing in North Atlantic in 404. I mean, so I like this Italian position. The second fleet's coming up from Italy. The thing is, you can take the Iberian dots anytime, right? You don't need to take them now. But getting those fleets over the line and up into playing in the West is perfect. Who supported the Turkish army back into Armenia? I can't see where the support came from. I guess it came from Khan, did it? Yeah, it must have done. Okay. So that's an interesting choice. I guess more worried about, the two fleets attacking Turkey is problematic because you can't take Ankara, and presumably knew the Russian was going to come and retake Khan. So, yeah, offering the support for Armenia back is not a bad move in that situation. Other than that, Wardy defends well, but he's still lost those two dots. So.
All right. So before we see our results for the winner of 04 adjustments, we'll play Who Do You Like? Chris, you already hinted that you like the Italian position. Is that the one you'd want to come in and take if you had to be a replacement player?
I would definitely be very happy to be a replacement for this Italy. Are they my number one choice? I think they are, yeah. I mean, they can't take any more Turkish dots, but they've got that nice baseline there. And the position in the West is great. You've got that army that you can convoy somewhere fun, and as those Iberia is theirs for the taking whenever they want it. So, yeah, I like this Italian position for sure.
Ed, what about you?
It's hard to argue with that, but my brain is fixated on Nicolas Tallier. He's not going to accept this, and he will be working furiously to figure out how to advance his position better. He's tied up right now with Wardy and the fleet and the Black Sea, and it's tough in that spot. But he's got 4 game years to crack that code, and so I'd watch him.
Yeah, Bradley could be the one who decides how that turns out. So.
Yeah, and the Italian position is very spread out. I mean, they're powerful in the west and the east, but they're vulnerable in the center. So that could be a problem.
Well,
I'm just gonna pick Peter McNamara to make it interesting. So
is that ever a bad pick?
Never a bad pick.
You can never go wrong picking Peter. That's true.
He has a strategic disband right now. Positive, it was all part of his plan.
Yeah. All right, so we'll continue pressing on here. Ed, spring of 05.
Now Wes is a little worried about the Italians. But instead of going to Spain, they convoyed to Portugal, which is nice. That army will probably never leave unless it's disbanded at some point in the future. So that's what my attention drew to. Meanwhile, Peter has clearly made his argument that he's going in against Germany. France doesn't care about that. France is just going to continue to press the attack, and the army from Paris to Brest tells you everything you need to know. It's got a free convoy into Wales. That's where it's probably going to go in the fall. And then the key thing here is in the east, Nicola got German support into Warsaw while also taking Ukraine and also going to the Aegean, which is a key space for Austria, winning Austria to have control. So I think we are seeing AI make their move and continue to make their move, and they are benefited by the chaos that just continues in the West.
Yeah. The convoy to Portugal is really nice because that guarantees them both Portugal and Spain this year.
Yeah, I really appreciated that move. The question that I had, Chris, if you are Germany in this case, do you support Austria to Warsaw?
I don't see how it helps you, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I would support Austria to Warsaw. I mean, if nothing else, look at their retreat to Prussia. That's that's just annoying, right?
What about you, Ed?
Yeah, I would. I might even have supported Warsaw down to Galicia.
If this was me, I'd be talking to everybody in the West saying, if we don't get our act together, we're getting rolled.
I definitely don't think helping Austria is in your interest at this point.
It makes no sense to me for that move to make, other than he just wanted to find a friend, but that just means that Nico will take his dots sooner rather than later, and I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I mean, the longer Russia holds out against Austria, the longer it is before he's coming for you, right?
Germany's at war with everybody, right? So it's not. I understand he needs a friend, but that's the one friend he probably doesn't need. He needs a friend in the West, not in the East. Okay, 1905. Spain falls. It's a fantastic set of moves here from Italy. I love them. Meanwhile, I'm going to guess this was all arranged, but Vienna takes Trieste. Aegean. Well, maybe that was not arranged. Because Spain and Portugal go into Italy.
Yeah.
Nicola wanted Trieste. Aegean got to Caen. Wow, Nicola. I mean, in 1 year, what a fantastic 3-build year. He doesn't even have places to build everywhere he's growing. Oh, he loses Bulgaria East Coast, so he's smarter than I am.
But he picked up Moscow, Sev, and Con, right?
Oh, Moscow, Sev.
Oh, and Trieste. Four actually.
Oh, so he does have 3 builds.
Well, up 4, but down 1 for Bulgaria, right? So he is going to be playing one short because he hasn't got the place to build the third one. But Moscow,
correct.
Sev weren't guaranteed, right?
Correct. They were not guaranteed, but that was that was good. I mean, bad turn for Germany, obviously. Now we're going to have to see Peter talk to. The only option is for Peter to talk to France and Germany. I think it's too late. I mean, it's over the stalemate. They're over everything. They want to continue to press. They can. The only question is, are they going to continue?
You got a French build here? Is that? Oh no, that's an English build.
English build.
Right. Okay.
Which I'm assuming would be an army, or do you do?
I think you've got.
It depends on what you think on the diplomatic situation, really. Because if you think you're still going to be fighting France and Germany, then yes, you need an army. If you think you can turn it around and hold Italy off, then maybe you need a fleet. But I think you probably build an army. You've got to assume the worst at this point.
I build an army.
If you're making peace with Germany and France, then you've got the fleets to head south anyway. So I think it is an army.
Army useful for 2 reasons. One being, if the East breaks, the army will be helpful, and if the East doesn't break, the army will be helpful.
Yeah.
So it would be an army for me.
And
Germany pulling 2 armies though.
oof. What is it?
This is AI's game, isn't it? At this point,
I think Peter must be frustrated right now. And look, the West doesn't. This is a disaster. I'm sorry, Chris. I'm just mad at the West, as I'm sure Peter is.
Yeah, I think this was the turn that they needed to just say, okay, the game has changed. We can't afford to fight each other anymore at this point, and they haven't done that. And yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what Peter was telling them, but they haven't listened. So yeah, Italy's making. I mean, France isn't even trying to hold off Italy in the south. There, we've got an Italian army in Gascony and Marseille now, and a 3rd Italian fleet coming up. Yeah, this is just a mess from in the West.
The enmity.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. The enmity that must exist. West. I've played with West many times, and I've angered West many times, but I don't know if I've angered West to this extent. I mean, something happened that this is the moves of West Ketchum.
And look at those Austrian moves: Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Warsaw. Like all the armies are just heading straight over the line there, and there's nothing to stop them because the German army is like bouncing in Burgundy and moving Munich to Kiel, of course. So,
and the sneaky move into Romania.
The question is, how many dots do Italy and Austria get? It's a lot.
The other question is, are they going to end equally, or is someone coming out ahead?
Right.
By the way, if I'm Austria, I definitely stab Italy here. I walk into Venice, let the West continue to fight. I take Bulgaria. I think this is a very dangerous position for Italy right now, but Chris is the master at knowing Italian position.
I do like the Austrian position, I must admit. The army down in Romania gives you Bulgaria. You trade Bulgaria for Constantinople. You take Venice, and all the Italian units are out of position, aren't they?
Use Turkey.
It's definitely not a bad stab. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get Turkey on side, it's delicious.
It may only be 1 dot, but the position is great.
Bye, Wardy.
But the stab doesn't happen. Munich's more attractive, which is fair. The question is whether you'll have the opportunity to stab Italy later or not. And I worry that you might not, because it's easy to get stopped at Munich, Berlin, even if.
Yeah. Well, but in this situation, he took Bulgaria and he got Khan to go to Ankara. So in some ways, he didn't have to stab to get a result.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's an interesting thing because that's got to be arranged, and yet it benefits.
I think we'll see a fleet build though from Austria.
I mean, do you need to stab in this point?
Well, good point. Oh, Wardy's still there. He's in Berlin. I didn't see that. Sorry, Wardy.
I love famously perhaps seeing a 1 dot survival. So
it's bye to Brad.
Rooting for you, Wardy.
The problem for Austria's game here is that the moves up through Germany are slow. You can't get anything in Russia anymore. The moves up through Germany are slower than the Italian moves up through France and England, I think. So particularly as England seems to have migrated up to Scandinavia and St. Petersburg. So, as long as you're going to have to negotiate to stay even with Italy or, take matters into your own hand and stab Italy.
I like a convoy to Khan from Armenia right now. I'm taking Ankara in the fall. But maybe I'm not thinking it through. I think
I don't know why you would convoy where you could just move Bulgaria to Khan and keep this coming into play.
My way was more inventive.
My way was better.
Well, come on. Oh, was it? I see someone in Khan. Oh, okay. We're back to odd years. I keep interrupting Chris, so he can interrupt me without fear.
That's
now
okay.
now Wes is like, oh, maybe I got to worry about these Italians. This is really it's a West Coast to Picardy a little too late.
Well, at least Wales does come back to Picardy. That's something. And the German fleet comes down to Irish, so that's. I think Peter played this, considering the situation Peter was in. I think he's played this the way he had to, basically saying, "Okay, I can't defend England, but I can defend Scandinavia and St. Petersburg, so I'll just move up there, and then Italy becomes their problem rather than your problem." So it's like, okay, go deal with those Italians if you think you can, you know. And now we see the French and Germans trying to. They did manage to bounce Munich, so that's something.
They did, but they're not going to be able to in the fall, right? Oh, the game's over.
There you go.
I did not expect that, so I apologize for rushing that. Wow.
I can kind of see why you might agree to that as at this point, because you do seem to have the West finally deciding, yeah, we are going to actually try and stop AI. In which case, you know, yeah, there's still stuff that can happen, but there's not a lot that can happen from this point. Certainly, you take it if you're Nicola, I think.
Oh yeah, if I'm Nicola, I take it. I don't know if I'd take it if I was Italy, but I'm not sure I can do much against Nicola, and I don't think I can catch up in the West any further. I think progress has been maximized there.
Yeah, that's my takeaway. I agree with Peter. I mean, I said at the top that Nicola was one to keep an eye on, and proving him to be true, or proving that to be true in this game, and should not take away from Aiden. Also, that was really smart choices at the right time as Italy. Well executed, very fun game. So really enjoyed that one.
And not exactly the way I would have played it as Italy, but very excellent results. So I always like to see Italy's who go west and do well, because I can't do it very well. So.
I'm glad you said it, because I definitely I get locked down, and then Austria comes over the top at me. That's my Italian Western game.
Well, let's take a look at our next one. That one was fun. Let's do it again. All right, VDL game 96 Cactus, seeing a vegetation theme to our games tonight. We've got Jason Bennett from Maryland, Micah Bales from California, Make-A-Wish Carmarides from Brighton, Great Britain, Wes Ketchum in Chicago, Tim Crosby from Florida, Christian Brown from Illinois, Brandon Fogel from Chicago. In chat earlier today, Steve Hogue said this is the Windy City Weasels featuring Make-A-Wish. We have 4 weasels on this board. Guys, we can drive and play in person. We don't have to do this one virtually. But this will be fun. In my experience, when weasels get together, that tends to result in weasel on weasel violence. We'll see if that trend continues. Let's take a look at Spring of 01. And this time, Chris, I'm going to flip-flop. You'll take the odd years.
Sure.
So, here we go.
Let's see. France in Burgundy with Germany not bouncing. That is interesting. Venice holds. Oh, the East has got this bounce in Armenia, which seems to be a thing that's more common these days. I still can't decide whether I like it or not. It does get that fleet out Ankara to Con very early, so that could be indicative of an RT alliance. And then Moscow goes north. So Russia giving up their sway on Romania in favor of being able to fight over Norway. England can guarantee Norway still, but would have to use both units to guarantee it. So this makes makes things a little bit more interesting for sure. And then, you would hope for the Turkish support for Sev to Rum after the bounce in Armenia. St. Petersburg to Finland, allowing for a build in St. Petersburg, and not fighting England taking Norway. The convoy over to Norway is not really surprising after Russia moved the army north. Germany not trying to cover Munich, just trusting that that French army is not going to Munich and doing it, getting that right. Instead, supporting into Holland is. I mean, you probably don't need the support into Holland, but maybe that's just a case of if you've decided that France is going to take Belgium, why not? It doesn't hurt, right? England, in theory, could bounce it, although you'd be pretty confident that England's going to support into Norway at that point. So yeah, nothing hugely exciting. It looks like an RT. The West, you really can't call at this stage, I don't think.
I think it's not going to be good for England. I bet you there's a fleet build in Brest. That move from Burgundy to Belgium tells you a lot, I think, and that Germany trusted it. So we'll see.
Yeah, Chris Kelly pointing out.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe I missed that one.
Yeah, that's not something
That
you see
is
every
an
day.
interesting.
One of my favorite things about playing with Christian is he will push things in unique ways and has learned to take advantage of that. One of my favorite games I watched of him, he was, I think, Germany, and spent most of his time controlling, I think, like Budapest, Romania, and Sev, like just way out of traditional position, and can find ways to make that work. So this traditionally is frowned upon, tends to not go well for Russia, but maybe this is an exception. So keep an eye on that.
This is a big northern Russia. You often see Russia playing with most people seem to play Russia with like 3/4 of their units in the south. So here we've got 2.5 in the north, maybe even 3 in the north, right? That Silesia one, yeah, it could go either way, but it's more north than south at the moment. So 3/4 in the north.
I want to see the Turkish build, right? Because it seems to me that both Italy and Russia are taking a bet that Turkey's on side with them in some way. And Brandon will know both of these players. Certainly he knows Russia. So we'll see. This could be a good game for Turkey if I've read that correctly.
I think it's already a good game for Turkey. What do you build there?
Russia wants a fleet. Italy wants an army.
Yeah.
Ed, what is it that makes you say Tim thinks Turkey's on side?
Didn't move to the Aegean.
Yeah. He could have convoyed the army to Tunis instead, right?
Either one.
Yeah. All right. So putting you on the spot, Chris, you're sitting in Brandon Vogel's spot. What are you building?
I think I might build the army and try and get an IT going. I like an IT alliance. And Russia's very weak in the south. You've got a dot easily there. You take Sev and then you work your way into Romania and crush Austria between you and Italy. If the diplomacy works.
Well, in this case, we've got the fleet.
Okay.
Ed, why don't you take us through 1902?
Sure. Okay. So England makes the move on Germany, while Germany makes the move on Russia, upset about Silesia, but Austria and Italy also make the move on Germany. So very airish at some level, right? I mean, there's a large amount of cooperation between those three powers is the story for me. Maybe I was totally wrong and had more faith in Brandon than I should have. Brandon, you failed again. In terms of what's going on with France, an expected bounce in England where McAuliffe is going to be able to play his options very easily. Could have taken Spain with Marseille, but instead moves the fleet there. Still might take it with the army, but is content to just let this situation play out a bit. And if you're France, why wouldn't you let England and Germany fight? Seems like a pretty seems like a pretty good position for France.
Yeah, looks like Christian's playing both the air and the RT in the south. He hasn't had to choose really at the moment. I mean, Rum supported Bull, but that Bull wasn't attacked anyway. So I think that might not work out for him though. But Budapest went to Trieste, so yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so fall moves here. Yeah. Turkey takes the Ionian. I don't see what the Ionian does. I'm sorry. Retreats to Greece, I guess, whereas Greece takes Bulgaria, South Coast. So that's not good. With Christians' support, is that right? I think they must be with Christian support to piff the army there. England ignores that attack on Jersey. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean it. We're going to do something else now. The new plan is we don't like Russia and takes Russia with St. Petersburg. Germany kicks the temporary Russian army out of Sweden. France just chilling. And then, of course, always juicy to see an Italian army in Munich supported by two other countries in 1902. Usually that's not great for Italy, but Italy happens to also now be in Tyrolia, so it's just fine.
Albania just held. I bet Jason's wishing he'd ordered Albania to Greece to prevent that Italian retreat.
Yeah,
that's going to hurt.
That's a really tough call for... I mean, Tim's an experienced player, but if I really had an AI... maybe this is just me. I don't think I would have retreated into my allies' dot, especially when I was building and my ally just supported me into Munich.
Yeah, those unexpected retreats are always very tricky, and because you've got to make that call without having the chance to negotiate at all. And sometimes you can retreat to an ally's dot, and they're like, "Yeah, I understand. It's fine. I'm picking up Bulgaria anyway." And other times they're like, "Why didn't you just take it off the board or retreat to Naples? What the hell are you doing retreating to Greece?" So that's a horrible decision to have to make at that point, unless you were planning it all along. But that seems unlikely, to be honest.
So Tim, perhaps unexpectedly, is the benefactor of two builds here. Chris, what are you putting down if you're stepping into that position?
Well, you definitely need another fleet because you've got to hold off the Turkish fleets, and you want 3 against their 2. You might even build 2 fleets to make sure that you can push one down into Ionian and one over to Tyrrhenian. But then you've also got to worry about the fleet coming up into Adriatic. Yeah, definitely fleet Naples. Not sure about the other one. I guess I have to pick something, don't I? Yeah, I'm probably building fleets. Roman Naples, I think.
Difficult disband for Russia. What are you
picking? Difficult because you have an ally, but you don't know how mad they are. That's the problem. And there's no talking right now after that retreat and into the build phase. So if it's me and I just did this to my neighbor, I'm either waving or or if I really want to keep that pressure on Austria, I'll build an army, fleet and army. Chris is right.
And we'll find out. Fleet Romania, but Russia's got a big problem here with that army from Petersburg and Moscow undefended. So.
Yeah, that's Russia's.
That army could be in Sev in the fall. Okay, so the army does not head down to Sev. It just basically hangs out against Finland, which is, I guess that's okay, given the moves. Bouncing Galicia is a weird choice. Why was that arranged? I can't see that being arranged. I mean, if you're part of an heir, then you probably want Silesia to come back to Galicia to be able to bring that army basically round the other side.
You want to support Munich or take Berlin or something. I mean, that wasn't...
there's no love lost with Italy there, is there? That either of them could have supported Munich, but they'd rather go and bounce in Galicia instead. Lots of French fleets coming down into the Mediterranean. 3 fleets down there. That's bad news for Italy, and they've lost Munich. So yeah, Italy had those 2 builds and might be regretting that now. Oh, and the Greece fleet is popped. So I guess that tells us how Jason reacted to the retreat to Greece.
Mhm.
Well, and there's a big problem with the English orders, meaning England apparently didn't submit them.
Oh, yeah. So that's why St. Petersburg held, because there are actually no English orders at all, are there? Which, if you're going to have an NMR, it might not be the worst turn for that.
Well, there's the master of NMRs. Well,
There's no one
always-
attacking them, so you know, it's like,
There's always a
I
good-
can live with all holes at this point. You know, it's not terrible.
So we've got Word Silesia working as well as it normally does, and then also we've got Italy not being able to hold on to Munich. So the truisms that have come from the years and years of play in this game are proving true once again. That's not always the
Well,
case, but
The interesting question is, if Italy hadn't retreated to Greece, then would there be no other hold Munich? Because they might then have had Austrian support for it, right?
For me, the story of this season is McAllister's move. He read the board perfectly. He read that Austria wasn't going to be happy.
Yeah.
Italy's down to now with 3. I mean, my God,
It's the perfect time to move those
it's
fleets
the
down.
perfect time. The man's timing is impeccable. That's why he soloed. At least once last year in VDL.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's doing, and England's going to be grateful about those holds. So we'll see.
I mean, it'd be very surprising if he doesn't get Tunis in the next turn, right?
I mean, Brandon would have to decide no.
Exactly. That's why it would be very surprising. It could happen. Because is it in Brandon's interest to have French fleets down in the Ionian?
Apparently not.
There you go. Yeah, so Brandon taking... So this is that late breaking IT, perhaps?
Might just be a T, Chris.
It might just be a T. Yeah, the support for Tunis is definitely in Brandon's best interest. And Austria picking up Romania and leaving Bulgaria completely open.
And Venice.
Oh, yeah, picking up Venice. That's
This goes to show you, when you do those retreats against an ally,
Yeah.
sometimes you can't talk your way out of them, even with the second fleet build.
But Tyrolia to Trieste rather than to Venice, that was a gamble that did not pay off. Yeah, so a mess in the East, basically. But, this is basically AI fighting and Turkey taking advantage, right? Oh, AI are fighting, I guess, and Turkey taking advantage. So what does England do now that they actually get some orders in? Oh, they actually convoy into Denmark, which... it works. Is it a good move? You don't usually want an army in Denmark. If you know that, you helped put Russia into Sweden, this could actually be quite painful for Germany at this point. Even though they got Munich back, they're losing 2 in the north. Is the late breaking ER a good thing for England? It's not bad. I mean, France is heading south, and Germany hasn't got any other opposition, so take the advantage while you can. Yeah, I don't dislike it.
If you're Russia, do you take this deal as opposed to just taking St. Petersburg back and covering Moscow?
It's a shame that you couldn't put the fleet into Sweden, but that wasn't going to work. Oh, I guess that could have worked, actually. I think I might have put Bothnia into Sweden but kept myself. But then England wouldn't agree to that either. So
Right.
The problem is attacking Germany. You're not going to get anything else out of Germany, right? Especially if you're moving Silesia to Galicia. So yeah, I think it might have been better to just retake St. Petersburg instead. It's still a dot, but you can pop that army and then the Silesia to Galicia makes more sense. So yeah, I think that's probably a mistake, accepting Sweden. I mean, having an ally in England is not a bad thing, but yeah, if you could take German dots, it wouldn't be bad, but you can't. Another fleet for Brandon, but in Constantinople, which is ambiguous, right?
Flexible.
It's not what you want to see if you're Christian. You'd much rather see him build it in Smyrna, right? But then, Brandon doesn't have to appease Christian at this point.
He doesn't have to appease anybody.
Keep your options open.
So this is shaping up to be, we've got a board full of weasels, and it's playing out very similar to one of our bar games.
I was going to say, this looks like a weasels game, doesn't
it? A whole lot of chaos and fun. So really fun for us. Sometimes it can be really fun for the players too, because it's very dynamic. You've got a lot of people having an opportunity. But this is the point in the game where some decisions are going to have to be made and some emotions might start slipping into the game. So see if that plays or changes the dynamic of this game at all.
Everyone knows how emotional Brandon gets.
Oh, yeah.
What
can't control him.
Germany had disbands, right? What did Germany disband?
Germany disbanded the army.
Oh, the army building. Mm-hmm. But kept the two fleets. Okay.
Angry.
A lot of faith in Michaelis there.
So, spring of 1904, Ed.
Yeah, I was afraid. Michaelis may do this to Wes. He takes Belgium, takes Tyrrhenian, takes Tunis. Pretty darn good year for France. Meanwhile, the England, the German attack is back on. Going back to Helgoland. So we're going to try that old chestnut again for England. Let's see if he rebacks out. Meanwhile, Peter McNamara, I will point out, Russia did not take St. Petersburg this time, which he could have, but instead is worried about Turkey and Austria, but not that much to leave Galicia. Christian, I think this is not a great order set for you, Christian. Somebody played some trick on you, I think, is the only explanation.
Yeah, Galicia to Silesia is just horrible, given what happened.
I think it was supposed to be Christian help out against Turkey, and I'll help you in Germany or something.
Yeah, it looks like Russia was expecting Austrian help, and instead Austria's like, I'll just have your dots, actually. Yeah, so now he's going to lose both. Yep.
Oh, but he benefits from Brandon putting Romania into Sevastopol. And so we have this sort of late forming AT going on right now, which is fantastic for Brandon because A, will have a lot of space available for him in the crucial mountain stages of 06 and 07 with an AT. It seems to me this is a race between Brandon and Michaelis for the board top. But on the other hand, there is bad news for Michaelis, which is that Tyrolia to Piedmont is going to have to build in Marseille now with his pickups in Tunis, and he lost Holland, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. To England, interestingly.
I love the spite from Wes in this set of moves. You've got very obviously not happy about this particular set of moves. Turns around like, okay, well, we're flipping over here.
I'm not worried about Munich or Berlin. I'm going to convoy the English army from Denmark into Holland and then take Denmark for myself. I mean, I like you. I like it. I mean, you can't fight everyone, right? So.
This is when you have to decide what's your secondary objective. You can't win, so it's like, all right, I'm punishing the person that
Does Michaelis get Italian help into the Ionian? Is there a fleet in Naples? I can't see.
I think there is an Italian fleet in Naples, but what it did, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't bring that up, unfortunately. But yeah, I I think that's likely.
Yeah, because getting that, if you're Italy there, you've already got a French fleet in Tyrrhenian. You'd rather have it in Ionian than Tyrrhenian, I think. You've lost Tunis anyway. Tyrrhenian's next to Rome and Naples. Ionian's only next to Naples. So.
Yeah. So Tim did confirm. Yep. It did.
Thanks, Tim.
Yep. Makes sense.
It does make sense.
All right. Well, 1904, we've already said it's a race between France and Turkey. I see nothing that would cause me to disagree with that. Maybe an argument for Austria, maybe. Who do you like between those powers? Who has a better chance of topping this?
I think Turkey does. Turkey's at war with no one. France is at war with England and Germany right now. So I would choose war with no one over two people.
But the difficulty as Turkey is that apart from Moscow, all the dots that you want are currently Austrian. And if you fight Austria, then you're helping France.
Well, I think he's just going to let Austria go forward for a bit. I think we're going to see him chill.
Yeah, he might just take Moscow and then hold back until Austria is completely out of position. But it's a tough game. You've got to get the timing perfect there. You know,
give me a wave, Brandon.
Yeah, I think Brandon's got the patience to do this, and I agree with Ed. Absolutely. In this situation, the patient play is the right play for Turkey. I know that many newer players, and myself included, sometimes gets a little eager to pick up some dots in this kind of situation. But Ed's exactly right. If you go too quick, it's actually helping the other side of the board. So you got to time that carefully.
The timing is very tricky though, because like every time Austria builds, it makes it harder to do it. So you've got to,
So maybe like the amazing thing would be, hey, I'll get a little help up in Russia and then maybe push you forward and I'll take Warsaw behind you or run behind you, like negotiate something like that.
The other way, the way you can do it, is to take the dots by negotiation. Basically, every time Austria gains 2, you say, well, I'll take one of your dots then. And Austria just says, yep, that's fine. Which I wouldn't put past Brandon. He can negotiate that kind of thing. So yeah, the Turkish fleets come down to the Med to deal with the French menace. This is not surprising. Supports Moscow. Yeah, I mean, as long as St. Petersburg is supporting Moscow, you can't take it anyway. So that's doesn't really tell us anything. Galicia comes up to Bohemia. Budapest stays there and Trieste stays there. So Jason playing a little bit cautiously here, not sending all the armies west. Does obviously a little bit wary of Brandon sat there in the corner, and rightly so. You've got to be careful in this situation. What happens in the west? That army in Holland did not last very long. Heligoland supported the Russian army in Sweden down to Denmark, and then England followed up into Sweden. So that's probably all arranged because the Russian fleet also came down to Baltic. So this is just England and Russia agreeing to get as many German dots as possible, and Germany still fighting them by the looks of it. I like the Italian army in Munich that just sits there and nothing happens to it. Nothing attacks it at all. It just sits there and does nothing, and everyone's just fine with that.
Yeah, I think that'll end in the fall.
It might not last long like that.
The view here is that this is the battle for Christian Brown right now. Both, I think this is really smart. Austria and Turkey have no interest right now in taking Moscow. They want Christian's unit. They want his fleets. They want his help. There's nothing that he can do to them if they can be patient with him. But England is also playing a pretty savvy game, trading dots. And Christian's just taking what he can get to try and survive on the biggest number possible. So we'll see if he continues to play both sides down the middle here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not actually gaining anything from the alliance with England, though, because England's taking dots as fast as Christian is. So. And there we get England put into Kiel. And Christian loses Berlin, which is unfortunate because Italy helps Germany into Berlin. That's this is Wes now I've punished England for a bit. Now I've got to punish Russia because of his support for England last turn, I guess. So, yeah.
I am not convinced this wasn't unwanted support, but what I am stunned by is the Bohemian unit supporting Munich while attacking Italy and Rome at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an unreasonable thing to do, right? Although, again, no one attacked Munich. Munich got supported from both sides this time. So.
If we've proven one thing, Munich is very safe right now.
Yeah. What was the thing we learned in the last game? That Italy can't hold Munich, and here they are, sat in Munich with no one caring, right?
The key is not to have any units that can support it from your own country. That's what we missed in the last game. But I think the Brandon move. The Brandon move. Look at this.
Yeah.
Gets into Greece and Ionian. Ouch.
The French fleet came back from Ionian. It moved from Ionian to Tyrrhenian, which is, I guess, worried about the Italian fleets.
Oh.
Usually, if you've got a French fleet into the Ionian, you don't want to be moving it to the Tyrrhenian because you're probably never getting back into the Ionian again, right?
What does he build, if at all? Because he's now got 4 fleets. I don't know if Austria was agreeing to Greece or not there. So
I suspect that was arranged. You've got Austria picking up unit here. This bounce looks arranged to me. I think they're still on side, and he just walked out.
Yeah, there's no reason for Greece to move to Albania, and it's to give up the dot. So this is what we talked about, right? Yeah. The AT where Austria gets the dots from other people and Turkey picks up the Austrian dots. But it's interesting that Turkey ends up with the build, right? I guess Austria was ahead to start with, so
yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that army goes. I could only assume maybe Apulia.
Well, Russia's pulled Moscow, so maybe it goes north.
Yeah,
it could go to Italy or it could go to Russia, I think. Yeah. It might be to take Naples.
Oh.
Okay. So, is it a strategic retreat for Michalis here? He was gonna lose Tyrrhenian if Italy was going to do that, which he did. And he's got problems with England, so he's just sort of rearranging he's going to lose Liverpool, though, right? To England. We'll see what happens. Michalis is now facing some adversity here in 06 with a year and a half to 2 years and a half maximum left in the game. Meanwhile, continued AT cooperation with Warsaw up to Moscow and Brandon getting into Naples. Good for Brandon. So he has found his way back. I don't think Brandon wanted to see Budapest in Romania.
No, you can understand why Jason wants it there. Though. Jason's playing this. I think he's playing this about right. I mean, the AT alliance is fine, but you've got to be wary of leaving yourself too open to Brandon, and particularly as you say with the timing. So I think I like Budapest to Romania, and I don't think Brandon can be too upset by that. He doesn't have to like it, but also he can't really complain about it either.
Well, he moved to Armenia though, so I don't think he's that happy about it.
Yeah, but Bulgaria's coverable, right?
See, look at that. Okay, so
yeah, he moved to Armenia wisely.
That's pretty wise.
But he didn't cover Bulgaria, so I don't know. This might all just be arranged.
You think?
Well, Albania didn't do anything. Bulgaria's left completely open. This, if I was on the other side of the board, I would not read that there's an AT battle here necessarily. It could be.
Okay.
But it could also just be showmanship.
Germany, the attack, but go back to Tyrrhenian plan is back on. We're back in Tyrrhenian.
All those French fleets come back down into the mid again.
He's down. He made his friend. Okay, he can't be fighting everybody.
Well, this was a negotiated agreement with England, right? Okay, I can't defend Liverpool. I'm not even going to try. Have Liverpool back, and I'll go back into the Mediterranean and hold off Brandon.
Right.
This is good for both England and France, so it's probably the right thing to do.
Correct.
In fact, Michalis is so impressed with the in alignment with England. They're taking maneuvers from the moves from North Sea to Helgoland and back, with Leon to Turnian and back. Copying, it's taking the same strategy.
I mean, France knows a disband, right? So that's probably Brest.
Brest.
But Brandon probably has to build an army here. I think everyone right now is going to be thinking, how do I top this board? And you have 4 credible candidates to do so.
This is a tricky stage in this game. What's the end year for this game?
Well, it's timed 7 or 7.5 hours. That's usually through 1908-ish.
I think, I'm not positive, Ed, you've probably played this more, but I think we tend to go to 1910, 1911 for VDL games.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So you might be right.
But we'll see. There's game to be played still, for sure. Yeah. Either way.
Yeah, but this is, any of those 4 players could come out on top here.
And good on Jason for putting themselves into a position where they can kind of dictate some of this. I'm very impressed with what I've seen. I don't know Jason, and definitely am impressed by what I'm seeing here.
And I mean, the AT alliance, this is what you want to see for an AT alliance. Turkey's got 2 armies. That's okay. One would be nicer, but 2 you can live with, provided, given that one of them is in Armenia, that's okay. And otherwise all fleets. So you would hope that the Turkish build would be a fleet. There you go.
Well, it must have been arranged in Sevastopol. Otherwise you would have seen an army.
Right. So I think this is a pretty solid AT. The fleet actually not being particularly useful for Brandon.
It is if you go to black in Bulgaria.
That's interesting. Just after saying how solid the AT looks, this does not look like a solid AT anymore. Albania to Adriatic.
Fascinating.
This is hard to read. I mean, Turkey doesn't need those fleets to hold off France at this point, right? But the Black Sea is not friendly towards Austria and covering Bulgaria. This doesn't look to me like an attack by Brandon on Jason, but it might be he being worried about Jason attacking him. What did Jason build in that last turn? Did he build Budapest rather than Vienna? Is that what happened? Yeah, maybe that was enough to, after the move to Romania, building in Budapest rather than Vienna was maybe enough to have Brandon's spidey senses tingling and be worried about a stab coming from Austria at this point. This feels, to me, this looks more defensive on Brandon's part than offensive, but I could be wrong. A lot of nothing in the West, though. Look.
Yeah, what we can say, Tim is completely right.
It's a shame Kiel didn't support Munich because, getting support from like 1, 2.
Okay.
Wow, that's it.
Wow.
Well played, Austria, then.
Yeah. Well done. All right, Ed, what's your take on the game? Is this the right result?
For the long-term Brandon Fogel meta game, I'm not going to snipe you at the end. Yes. But for the Brandon Fogel we know and love, no. For McAuliffe, I'm not sure he had anywhere to gain. So probably yes. Austria, of course, takes the deal. And who else had 7? England's got dots they could pick up. I agree. The Russian dots. So I'm not sure that England should have taken this. They maybe should have said, I'll be fine with the draw after I've taken Kiel or something like that.
With the wackiness that we saw in the West early on, I can kind of see a sense of relief just to be back at this stage. I do agree there's room to play, but that's fascinating. So, all right, well done to Jason. Really, really well played. The AT can work, and it also tends to create a little angst sometimes between players, and they did it really well. So
it can be
Props to
very,
Fencer Tim for fencing out a one center there. Did not get eliminated. Good job, Tim.
All
was
right.
anyone eliminated? No one was eliminated, right? Everyone's still in this game.
Okay, so we now are going to welcome Kevin on. Welcome, Kevin. Thanks for joining us back. We're going to give a we are Kevin. I'm going to give you this task. So, yep, not going for it. That dot could matter at the end of the season.
Well
So.
said, Craig. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair.
Yep. So, all right. So, Chris, Ed, I'll let y'all flip a coin. One of y'all want to take a break real quick?
Chris,
right.
you stay if you want.
Okay.
All right, Ed, you're on the bottom, so we'll give you the first break, and then we'll swap out. So, cool. So, Kevin, thank you for joining us. We are going to go to our next VDL game. This will be our last one from the early rounds. And the first group that we see is Steve Hogue, Randy Brabendy. I don't know Randy. Bradley Grace, Craig Mayer, Aslan Sarwar, Franz Hansen, and Alf Wilkinson. Nice to see some new names on this list and a couple of players we haven't seen recently returning. So this should be a good one. Let's get to it. I'm going to have you start on the odd years, Kevin.
All right, let's get to it. I like the aggressive English opening. I don't know if Randy and Bradley have any history in the past, but Bradley's aggressive opening with the support into Burgundy as well. The West is going to be interesting to watch. Fairly typical Italian opening, my favorite when I'm playing. Typical bounce in the black, and I think the East is about as standard as it gets. Oh man, convoy into Brest. Oh, ouch!
Successful convoy into Brest. Yeah.
Yes, successful convoy into Brest. Germany gets 3. England is I'm sorry, Bradley. The guess or maybe the kind of defense to get back to Picardy, but that's going to leave a mark. An interesting convoy into Albania. Didn't get Trieste. Convoys to Albania. RT forming Franz and Alf. See, these are all new players. I don't know of any history here. So at this point, we're just watching. This is like Gunboat to me. So this is fun. So a strong start by Craig. Craig is the one. Stephen, even though we know Stephen, I don't know his play as well as anyone else. So a good start for Craig, and we'll see what the rest of the board brings.
Yeah, the convoy to Albania is fascinating. I don't know how to read that. Ankara comes out to Constantinople, so but then that leaves only Ankara available for the build. So hard to say what anyone in the East is doing, really.
Yeah, and that's the downside. I think we've seen getting away from the traditional Smyrna to Khan Spring 01, but it does limit where that first build gets. So the new meta it gives Turkey more options, even though Turkey's been taking a pounding. So
yeah, if you want to get that fleet out, then Smyrna to Khan is not the way to do it for sure. So.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you want to build a second fleet and have the option of attacking Russia, then maybe it's the perfect way to do it.
Well, with EG, EG has enough units to maybe go over the top as well, but building Liverpool and London, so a Turkish attack doesn't. I don't know how likely successful it'll be this early. We'll see. Oh. It's not my turn, Chris. You get to talk.
So the Turkish fleets are going to the Med by the looks of it, just taking a little bit of a longer way to get there than sometimes they do. With Austrian support into Aegean is interesting. So this looks to me like Austria, Italy were fighting, although the convoy back from Albania to Apulia now. Maybe that's whoops, this was a horrible mistake, so I shouldn't have done that after all. Tyrolia to Venice would then presumably be covering Venice, anticipating that Austria might be unhappy and be attacking Venice. France does their best to recover from this English attack, and that's given that that's not too bad a position because Germany has not taken advantage of the situation. If you had a German army in Burgundy, then this would be pretty horrible for France. But as it is, this is recoverable as long as Craig doesn't decide to take advantage. But Craig's actually looks like he's going the other way. Denmark to North Sea. Yeah, he's picking up Sweden anyway, by the looks of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, does the convoy? I'm assuming Denmark goes to Edinburgh unopposed.
Oh yeah.
The Franz order to
probably,
St. Pete. I think
right.
That's my question: was that intended to be a self bounce, but still leaves Bosnia available to contend for Sweden?
It looks to me like that was intended to be a self bounce in St. Petersburg, but because Bosnia was ordered to the wrong coast, that counts as an invalid order. So the Moscow to St. Petersburg succeeds, but I don't think. Of course, it could be deliberately done. If you've told England you're self bouncing there, but you really want the army up there, this is a good way to do it, right?
No.
I think you're right that with this German position, you probably don't worry about Sweden for now and take advantage of getting that army over to England. Yeah.
I'll be curious to see. I mean, if he's doing the flip, because if he was, I mean, Burgundy was left open. That seems too coordinated to be. Just coincidentally, nothing attacked Burgundy. He could have put 2 on it, and neither did.
You're in that situation where England and France are fighting. You get to pick your enemy, right? Which one do you go for? And honestly, with England having the advantage of already having taken Brest, it's not a bad idea to pick France's side and go after England. Get that corner position for yourself, right?
Yeah,
I like it. I think. There's that convoy into Edinburgh. so we had an unopposed convoy to Brest in 01 and then an unopposed convoy to Edinburgh in 02. Means Russia does get to pick up Sweden, completely unopposed. Norway just sat there and did nothing. And France picks up Brest. So this is looking bad for England now. They've still got Norway, but they're down to 3 again. Meanwhile, in the east, Italy finally picks up Tunis, but cedes the Ionian in the process because only having that one fleet because they didn't get that build in 01. You've really got to get that A build in 01, and the convoy to Albania wasn't going to do it. This AT is rolling like an RT can sometimes.
Yeah, and I think it's a rat. I saw Chris Kelly post about that in one of the previous games, but
I mean, you've got Bohemia supporting Galicia up to Silesia. Prussia is attacking Berlin. So this looks like a rat. They're already in Ionian. They're probably going to make pretty short work of Italy, even though Italy's got a build.
Yeah, the question is, was Craig's diplomatic performance strong and everyone fought him, or was it the 6? It seems everyone has now put pressure on him. So maybe.
He's probably happy that he didn't attack France then, because if you're attacking France, you use more armies. But attacking England, the armies are home to defend. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so builds the expected army for Russia, the expected fleet for Italy, fleet in Marseille. Well, I guess it's the only place you can build a fleet. And if you're fighting England, you want a fleet. And England pulling Norway, which is probably reasonable. You can't defend Norway anyway if someone's going to attack it, so you might as well just pull the unit now. And unfortunately, you're pretty much guaranteed to be losing Norway. Well, at this point, you're holding it diplomatically rather than holding it militarily. It's a question of whether that unit is more used to someone else than a unit of their own.
There's a lot of support. Like spring 1903 is not the time to just stand pat. And Prussia and Silesia, obviously Berlin, Munich, Baltic, but that's a lot of just patiently waiting on the front line there. I'm be interesting to hear afterwards or in the chat about how it progressed. So positioning, no one's in Ionian. Does that look right? It's going to be standoff and more pressure on Italy.
So Warsaw St. Petersburg is interesting. If I was in that position, even if I wasn't going to try and advance Prussia Silesia, I would have self-bounced in Livonia, because you've got that risk that Germany, particularly honestly with Craig in Germany, I know Craig quite well, and I could totally see him convoying to Livonia from this position.
But then Belgium to Burgundy, just one. So I mean,
that's weird. But yeah, that's Craig. I don't know.
Yeah,
Belgium to Burgundy doesn't make much
happen.
Expected to bounce, yeah.
But Chris, that's a great point, because when we play face to face, when we're talking about at tournaments, it's always don't let units just hold, even if it's getting into the habit of what I do. Army Belgium supports the Cubs. Get in the practice of making sure your units are useful in some way, shape, or form. A hold is.
And sometimes you just support something that doesn't look like it needs it, but then something weird happens and it turns out, oh, I actually did need that support, because my ally actually wasn't my ally after all. So yeah.
Great point.
Oh, there we go. There's the self bounce in Livonia.
See, he was listening. Perfect.
Apparently, yeah.
Providing live advice. Well, a little breakdown of the rat.
Yeah.
Unless they're blowing up the fleet, but it's kind of useful at this point. Italy gets back home. Wow.
This isn't a blowing up the fleet, I don't think. This is going to be a breakdown of it.
Yeah, this is especially, you got Albania.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Serbia going to Greece. That's
maybe a late breaking IT.
Mm-hmm. Let's release the mini Kraken. A little breakdown indeed.
Yeah. All right. So now the eastern line on Munich tries to do something, but
Tiroli is busy fighting Italy. So.
Yeah. So at this point, I mean, obviously it's only 1903, and I'm not trying to call the end of the game, but France and
we commented on the unsupported Belgium to Burgundy. I wonder if that was to force France to support into Burgundy, but the French army into Burgundy was planned for exactly this reason, so it can support Munich.
Yeah.
Hard to say exactly what. Sometimes that makes sense to, deliberately oppose a friendly move in order to force them to use 2 units to do it, because then the other unit can't be doing anything else that could be more problematic. Yeah. I don't know whether that's the case in this case, but that could be.
Cats petitioning rename it the calamari. This one's small enough. We can call it the calamari.
Yeah.
Turkish army, which would tend to support the IT idea.
Mm-hmm. I definitely see this as an IT.
Yeah.
The question for me is, what is Russia's part going to be in the IT? And I think Russia's asking the same question.
Look at those Russian moves. You commented that Russia was a little passive earlier, but Russia's all on the move here. And that's looking pretty anti-Turkish. So is this now a late-breaking Eastern triple? But Russia, of course, loses Sweden, but then has Norway open to retreat to. So that was the nice thing about not worrying about Norway earlier. England more fighting France than Germany. Doesn't try and retake Edinburgh, and that's a French. Oh yeah, okay. No, France just convoyed the army up into Clyde.
Yeah,
which is trying to take Liverpool. But Germany went back to Edinburgh rather than down to London. I guess in the circumstances when you haven't got a fleet in North, you're not going to pick up London anyway. So yeah, okay, I can see that. Honestly, Craig doing well here. He had all those units come up from the east. I'm not sure whether it's credit to Craig though, but all those units came up on the eastern side and then stood there. There was one turn when they attacked Munich, and now they're all going away again. So that's what you want to see if you're Germany, right? If they're coming that way, you want to see them turn around and go back again pretty quickly. Whether that's his skill or whether it's luck, I don't know. And Craig taking advantage of it. Munich to Silesia. Doug Moore always says that Silesia is a very nice place to have that German army, and he's not wrong. Also, Berlin to Prussia was attempted but bounced. There's definitely no love lost between Germany and Russia at this point. Russia continues to push those units south, and Turkey basically moves to compensate. So there's a whole lot of militarization of the borders going on down there. England is not long for this game. Ooh.
Yeah, the thing that surprised me most about 04 was Austria's continuing to push away when the Turkish attack was certainly on. It wasn't maybe Turkey said, "Oh, it's maybe it was just a one-time thing," but at that point, I'm more cautious than continuing the plan.
Yeah, I think this is not the best play by Stephen there. The Russian fleet in St. Petersburg, south coast. Russia's got a good thing going in the north at the moment. They're fighting Germany, so that makes sense. The second fleet will be quite useful in that battle.
Yeah.
They've got the two armies in the center. Yeah, should work.
Let's see. So is England either given up, just holding in Wales at this point? Bradley does, after we all thought he was dead to start with. Now the Italian fleet, not fleets, but fleet is coming this way, just enough to be annoying. But he has no pressure on the side now. I think I saw Aiden's fun comment. He's kind of masterfully just waited it out and let the war fall around him. Craig the same way. Bradley's still under pressure. So I would be curious to see of any argument or of any agreement who gets London.
Italy still hasn't picked up that fifth dot that is vital. I like Craig's moves here, moving the fleet out to the North Sea and then bringing the army back to Kiel to be able to cover Denmark in the fall. It's a little bit of a risk. Denmark could have been attacked in the spring, but he got away with it. Yeah. And now he's got the extra unit in the North Sea, which is invaluable whether you're attacking England or Russia, really.
Mm-hmm. What did I missed this spring since 1905 was my turn. What did St. Pete do? Bothnia.
Yeah, Russia tried to, but the self-bounce in Prussia was weird from Russia.
Yeah.
Not really trying to attack Germany, but just playing more defensive, I guess. And now Sweden to Denmark is too late.
But he picks up Bulgaria, though.
Kevin, what's the theme that you're seeing here in 1905?
That is a question that England does get back in. France picks up Belgium. A lot of one dot. We're going to call this the as Moletsky would say, the Jim O'Kelly style of one dotting.
Now that's probably not arranged, right? That's probably a stab, I think. Reasoning that England's pretty much dead.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, also you've got Germany picking up Warsaw.
Yeah, but that was guaranteed, wasn't it?
And North supporting North Atlantic in.
Yeah. Warsaw was guaranteed, so that might be arranged to go into Belgium.
Yeah. Maybe he was frustrated Edinburgh didn't go to Yorkshire to guarantee London. Said, well, I'm going to take it anyway. But a fleet Brest, that had to have been arranged.
Yeah. See, you were ready to write off France early on with that convoy to Brest. Look at the position now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
now they're topping the board.
we'll do that now. 1906. Chris, who do you like in this game?
The French position is nice. Russia has got some problems. The position's not terrible, but losing Warsaw was who's going to cause some difficulties. Who else is doing well? And the same. I think the Germany-Russia battle is a little bit too evenly matched in many ways. Although Germany's got a little bit of French help, so I think my money's on France at this point. Honestly, they got off to a rocky start, but they've recovered beautifully. And looking at this position now, they've got a solid ally in Germany. They've got play in the Mediterranean. Yeah, I think I like the French position.
Yeah, France will get London here. Will seem to stay one up at this point. The question will be, can France pick anything up at the south? Which maybe, because Turkey is continuing to push west. The taking of Bulgaria didn't turn them fully around. So
I think the east is enough of a mess that France probably can pick up Tunis and maybe even something in Italy as well. So.
Yeah, with 3 fleets coming down, there might be enough. I'll pick Craig though. If you pick France, I'll be contrarian. I'll go Craig.
All right. Fall of 06, Chris.
So the first thing to point out is that Craig gets pushed out of Warsaw then. So. But at the same time, he does get into Sweden, so it's not all bad. Although Livonia to Baltic is going to be awkward at least. It's going to put the pressure on some of those home centers. What else? Austria coming down into Romania. So, and Russia... I mean, Russia can't fight everyone here, so they concentrated on fighting Germany, which is kind of understandable. But you've got to wonder if they're going to hold Bulgaria in the fall. I suspect not. France concentrates on pushing the army into Piedmont. This looks like a lot of effort for relatively little positional gain. I think I might have supported the fleet down into North Africa rather than worrying so much about the fleet was support. Oh, okay. No, okay. No, I'm just reading that wrong. No, maybe that. Yeah, okay. I can live with that. Given situation, that's not bad. Could have taken Tyrrhenian though. Didn't know that they could have taken Tyrrhenian. Mm-hmm. Could have taken Tyrrhenian. And as we expected, Wales gets into London. So the French-German alliance working out very nicely here. England's dead. They're right up against the stalemate line pretty much. So.
All right. Spring of 07. Kevin.
Oh, wow. Piedmont, so definitely not wasted. It is now in Tyrolia. Yeah, FG pushing, Norwegian coming back around. So that alliance is certainly solved. There's no more. There's probably no chance for a French stab of Germany even late in the game for dots. Enough units around Munich though, so I doubt it. But covered Kiel was willing to give up Berlin, figuring take it back in there, but
which is probably the right choice given that you've got Silesia.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that the French fleet came to now. I wondered if it might go to Barents, help take St. Petersburg.
Yeah, I think Craig seems to have made.
I don't know how much use it's going to be in the Mediterranean, but it certainly could have made the difference in St. Petersburg. I might have put it up there first, take St. Petersburg, and then bring it around the other way.
Yeah, well, now I mean, with 4 fleets down there, and if Turkey is not going to help, as you mentioned, Tunis certainly takeable. So
yeah, but couldn't you do it with 3?
We could, but but if the east is such a mess,
that's why you don't need a 4th fleet down there. You keep the 4th one up in the north, and that keeps your options open in the future as well.
Yeah.
Once you've got that fleet down in the Mediterranean, then there's no stab of Germany.
Yeah,
except with armies.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I thought the alliance was fully formed from the French perspective now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Army.
Oh, the other Russian northern fleet disappears. So Russia's gradually being ground down in the north here.
Yeah.
Yeah, slow and steady.
Did they have 3 northern fleets at one time, or was it only 2? 2, I think, wasn't it?
Just 2.
Yeah.
And now they've lost both of them. So, and there goes St. Petersburg. So St. Petersburg's gone anyway. So they didn't need the French fleet up there.
Yeah.
But this is mostly because, I mean, they weren't guaranteed to take it. It's just because Russia has decided to concentrate on moving south, despite the fact that Austria seems to have decided that there's more dots to be had from Turkey now rather than Russia. So that beachhead in Ukraine is pulled back. And meanwhile, it puts Serbia into Bulgaria. So this is a very Austria is playing a very European style game. It seems like take the dots that are nearby and like change direction frequently. The French army in Tyrolia, which was nicely pushed ahead there, ended up coming back to Piedmont, which is a little interesting. So concentrate on getting the Italian dots, I guess, but maybe didn't expect it to actually move back to Piedmont. And there goes Naples and Tunis on the same turn. Not Venice. So it could be worse for Italy, but this is pretty bad for Italy. Let's not miss. And Austria backs out of Bulgaria. Couldn't hold it anyway, I guess. But still, that's interesting to actually decide to move it up. And pushes Galicia up into Ukraine. Oh, the East's just a mess, which is great for France and Germany, right? They're just rolling forward. The army gets convoyed over to Livonia. They held St. Pete, but that army is there ready to move. I expect next year we're going to see Finland getting into St. Petersburg, and then they're putting pressure on Moscow. So
yeah, I was going to mention that in the spring, but maybe that was the deal that Craig made, saying, look, I won't pressure you anymore. I'll put the fleet in. Pulls Russia south, and then
I'll give you the space to move south. And sure enough, gave him one turn to move south, and then right now I'll put the pressure on again.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got an FG that's rolling. I don't see that changing probably throughout this whole game. Do they tie, do you think? Are they going to arrange this end, or does one have an advantage over the other?
Can you flip the map forward just to see where we're... All right. 9-9.
I think they arranged to tie because like Warsaw, Moscow go to Germany, Rome, Naples go to France. They're going to grow very evenly, I think.
Yeah.
And so, if it's
the question is how big do they want to be?
Right.
Really?
Yeah. So if that's the case, do you draw
unless
now?
the East suddenly turns around and says, okay, we're actually going to stop you guys, they can just keep growing.
Yeah.
Until it starts to get really problematic when they're at like 14-14 or something.
Oh,
that's interesting. So a whole lot of units, black arrows going towards each other between France and Germany. But is it all arranged?
that's enough.
Bohemia coming back to Munich says to me that this is serious. There is actually a breakdown.
Yeah.
What's London to Edinburgh? Is that a misorder? Was that supposed to go to Yorkshire? Is that looking ahead? Is that a spring move to Yorkshire and a full move to Edinburgh that was misordered as a spring move to Edinburgh?
Yeah.
That was painful if that's the case.
Yeah. What diplomatically set that off? I mean, maybe the German army build, maybe Bradley asked for a wave and Craig said, no, we need armies. We got to keep moving.
That's possible. Yeah. That could be Germany was expected to wave or was asked to wave.
Yeah.
But the French fleet still pushed down into the Mediterranean. He's brought the Mao fleet back to English, but the other three are still pushing in the Med, which is sensible because those Italian dots are still there for the taking, basically.
So Naples supported Tuscany into Rome, but the French fleets are pushing forward. Is Alf trying to throw it to Bradley here, maybe? Because Ionion's there to help him into Venice.
Yeah, Ionian went up to Adriatic, so there's a no love lost between Turkey and Austria here, is there?
Russia's into Budapest. Ukraine's back. Like the East still is unresolved, which this was a DBNI theme.
Look at the Russian moves. Moscow comes down to Ukraine, doesn't even bother to try and defend Warsaw, basically giving up both Moscow and Warsaw to Germany.
Yeah.
In order to get Sevastopol down to Romania and into Budapest, which You really don't want to be in Budapest in that position, do you? Surrounded by 4 Austrian armies.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay.
So, my favorite, venison to Trieste.
France and Germany managing to still push east at the same time as fighting each other now. So yeah, Warsaw, Moscow have gone to Germany. Naples has gone to France, and Rome has gone to France. So they've both picked up 2.
Yeah.
At the same time as, but here the French units pretty much held in the north, whereas the Denmark and Barents both came back. You wonder whether that London to Edinburgh was a misorder, because it's ordered again here. I mean, it doesn't matter as much in the fall, but I don't know. Maybe it's all just for show, because the moves in the center were guaranteed to fail, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Craig could have guaranteed taking Burgundy if he wanted it. So I think this is all for show. I think, well, for show, and like having the units up near the line helps keep them both honest, right?
Setting up for a draw. Like, hey, we got a number we're going to get to, and we're going to
being aware of that
ourselves. So
what I said earlier, when the numbers get too big, it gets very tempting. But setting this up now means that's not as much of a problem. They can go to 12 or 13 or something without having to worry about a stab from each other, because they've already got those units on the line.
It's the good fences make good neighbors theory.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's also less efficient, so your cost is, you're not going to get as big moving that way.
Is it? They each grew by 2 this year.
Yeah. Okay, when I play, there's a cost, and I don't get as big. But
all right, so if I'm Germany, I don't vote for a draw here.
Oh, the German fleet in Kiel.
What do you have your eye on, Kevin?
Liverpool, Sev. I mean, with Turkey building Fleet Smyrna, there's no help coming to help them there. There's just so much chaos in the East. I'm trying for Liverpool. I don't expect to get any French home centers, but I can continue to pick up maybe 1 or 2 more. I don't vote. If I'm Germany, I don't.
You are not Germany.
I'm not Germany.
Clearly.
This was another fun game. I mean, this 3 games in a row, really, really fun play. Congratulations to Craig and Bradley. Honestly, I had no idea what was going to happen. And I was, they say edge of your seat. And like, that's how I was for this game.
This was a time limit, apparently. So,
okay.
Boo. Boo. Craig, you let me down. I picked you.
He's still board top.
You're right.
In fact, we were both right. We picked the 2 board tops.
Both
good allies,
clearly experts. So, all right. Well, I guess walk us through those games. What did we look at, and what impressed you? What do you like?
I think that the story for me is you've got to be looking at the whole board. It's very easy to get focused on your side of the board and to be having those battles on your side and not realize that the other side of the board has sorted themselves out and they're coming your way, and you need to do something about it right now. And you've got to be able, in diplomacy, you get into that situation where you're having that battle. It's very dynamic on your side of the board. You've got to be able to basically say, okay, this is the point at which we have to let bygones be bygones, and we all have to go and get up to that stalemate line, because otherwise we're all going to lose, right? And there were two of the 3 games that we saw, I think, were both in that situation where they could have held off the other side, but they didn't actually do the right thing at the right time. And some of that's experience, I think. When you're newer at the game, it's very easy to focus on the immediate vicinity, and you don't talk to the players on the far side of the board. You often don't even look at the far side of the board. You're concentrated on the tactics in your area. You don't realize when something's happening on the other side, and sometimes it can be one unit can be the giveaway. Some fleet moves, and you're like, if you're watching that side of the board, you're like, that fleet move tells me that now is the time we have to turn around and we have to make this up and move to the stalemate line because they're coming for us, right? So, but yeah, in this case, both those games, I think it was maybe more obvious than that, and they needed to have that situation where. But it's hard, right? It's an emotional game. You get in that situation, you're fighting with someone, you've been doing it for several turns, to actually be able to turn around and say, it's in both our interests to make peace now. We have to just trust each other this turn and move away from each other. That's difficult. That's not an easy thing to do by any means. So.
Yeah, and I find it much more difficult in virtual because at least in face-to-face, you're reading the orders aloud from the pad. And so you're able to piece together the other side of the board at least a little bit. Facial recognition of, you see an order that was read and you can see someone trying to smile and hide the haha. Maybe they'll buy, this joke of an order. But when the backstabber link kicks it out and you're already in negotiations 15 seconds later, it credit to the players who can do it. And certainly, Bradley was able to either work his way out of it or convince the East, because the East pushed towards Craig in 0-2 and really made Craig slow back down. He didn't run away with the game for sure. And that allowed France to be able to maybe tactically win against England. England didn't. I think that certain orders set in one of the years just it didn't turn out as he hoped and whatever it was going to be. But anyway, just allowing a player to be able to come back like that. It was a well played game by F&G.
Absolutely.
That's a really good point, actually. I think there is a difference between the virtual format and face-to-face format. Is that time when you're actually you have no choice but to sit and listen to the orders. And whereas in virtual, you don't have that. You literally go straight from, okay, we're on the clock for the next thing. And maybe it's worth, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Do the good virtual players, do they just absorb it straight away? Or do they actually say, I'm just going to take 30 seconds to look at the map before I go and talk to someone? Yeah.
Well, there's two guys in our green room right now who have a fantastic sense of that, and I'd love to get their feedback. And they're both wearing the same burnt orange.
We've invaded.
Welcome back, Ed, and welcome to the stream, Karthik. Really glad to see you on air again, and you're already keeping up with tradition, and you're on mute.
Yep, happy to be here. Thanks so much.
All right. So
how do you guys do it? I don't want to. Sorry, Brian. I don't want to belabor it, but I do not do as well in virtual picking that stuff up. Karthik and Ed, Karthik specifically with the tactics. How do you guys pick up that?
Of course, not me with the tactics.
I mean, given how the Nexus game went, I think you should definitely defer to Ed on these things. But I'll say I've been benefited, right, because of the fact that my first initiation into the hobby was through playing live full press games. So that's 5-minute typing press on web diplomacy. So you basically have to get very, very good at reading a board very quickly and then immediately shooting out messages, right? It's even more fast paced than than virtual. So yeah, you just get heuristics down really, really well. And with those heuristics, you can just look at a board and within 5-10 seconds kind of know what's happening fairly well.
This was a huge deficiency of mine, which is why I started playing a lot of Speedboat. Shameless plug for the Nexus Speedboat League, because I had to quickly, look at a board, and if I was doing well, be able to order a lot of units within 5 minutes. But also, I'll give a shout out to Karthik here. We were in some game like a year and a half ago. I think it was a VDL game in December of 2020, and we were in an alliance, and something had happened, and we went off into our rooms, as often happens, and I start talking because, as anyone knows me, I talk more than I listen, which is a fatal flaw. And Karthik just goes, just be quiet. I need a minute. And I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe we should actually look at the board here. And I've started trying to do that now more religiously when I need to, before I start speaking with people.
I think it's definitely a good thing to have in your arsenal, is that just give me 30 seconds or a minute to look at the board before we go and talk. And that can be very valuable, much more valuable than that 30 seconds or a minute talking to someone sometimes.
And if you watch this month's deadline, they're talking about diplomacy tactics, and that is advice that was specifically given by several of the members of the panel. There's a lot of value in that discipline. So.
It's also really important when you're behind. I see this happen in virtual all the time. Something happens, it's a step back, it's not what you wanted. I know Karthik's got the great vocabulary. I'm sure he had a very good SAT verbal score because he went to UT. It's a given. But in any event, when you're behind, instead of getting mad and just going to yell at someone for 5 minutes, can I talk to you first? Blah, blah, blah. Just chill out. Go in your room by yourself for a second and start developing options for other players to get out of that jam. That's been very helpful for me. And one thing I think do well is scramble. And when I need to scramble, that's how I do it.
And that can be just look at the board from a purely tactical point of view and say, well, what combinations of orders are there here in my area? Mm-hmm. And then you have to go sell them to the people that's appropriate, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I think one thing you realize after playing like a lot of games of diplomacy is that things are rarely either as bad or as good as you think they are. Like, when you are in dire situations, there's oftentimes a way out if you just look and try to find it. And by the same token, when you're on top of the world, well, there are ways people can pull you down. So just like taking that little bit of time to look at the board and say like, hey, what is possible? And then look, what do I want to have happen? And then think, how do I make this happen? Who do I talk to? And then go say those words.
Adam Siegel does it best. So my 2 cents, but anyway, I've noticed we've lost some viewers since we started talking tactics. Let's talk about scoring systems.
Yeah. Where's Molansky? Bring on Molansky.
All right, guys, let's all tell Kevin thank you. Kevin, appreciate you stepping in tonight. I know you weren't scheduled, so do very much appreciate it. And Chris, we're going to give you a break. So thank you. And we're about to go switch. 3 of us are going to do some Tour of Britain. So let's pull that up right now. And coming up on screen, we have our top 10 players in the Tour of Britain. Today, we're covering rounds 1 and 2 of the Tour of Britain. And we've got a couple players that should be familiar to those familiar with VDL. Many of those same players that are performing well in one league are also performing well in another. Just another testament to the fact that these players know what they're doing. So glad we get the chance to cover their games tonight. We've got a lot of games to cover, and we are a little bit behind, so we are going to go a little fast on a couple of these. If you see a part that is particularly interesting, feel free to spend more time on it, but we'll move at a pretty good pace through these games. All of the games that are in the Tour of Britain are being named after Stonehenges throughout the or stone circles throughout Britain. So keep an eye on those names. As a British history nerd, that made me pretty happy to see all of that. But getting into the game specifically, in Austria, we've got Ben Kellman from Michigan. England, we've got Christian Gunther Hansen from Sweden. Zachary Moore, DBN's own, from Minneapolis in France. Germany, we've got Tim Crosby, who we've seen in a couple games from Florida. Italy, we've got Matthew Price Williams, appears to be new. Russia is Bradley Grace from Warrington, Great Britain. And Turkey, we've got Matthew Tonchti, I apologize for the pronunciation, from Portland. So good group of players. Anything stand out amongst this group?
It's a good group of players and Zach Moore.
All right. All right. Well, with that, I don't think we can top that. So we'll get right into it. Ed, I'm going to have you start out 1901, and Karthik, you'll fill in with color. And then in 1902, we'll swap.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, I mean, 2 things in the West that you don't normally see: bounce in the Channel, and you don't really see the bounce in Burgundy that often either. In the East, you can tell it's a bit of a newer player. You don't see Rome to Naples very often. Venice Tyrolia is fine, and everything else is, fairly standard. Russian standard moves. Now it's the new standard moves for Turkey and Austria. But I think that the Italian move is a little perplexing, but you never know.
Yeah, and I think I'd spot on right there. Rome to Naples, standard newer play move. What's also interesting is Liverpool to Edinburgh. You don't see that very often. Normally, when you see the London to English Channel and Eddie to North Sea, you'll generally see Liverpool either go to Wales or to Yorkshire. So just very curious.
And Ed, you mentioned Rome to Naples not being as common. Just for those of us learning, why is that?
Well, I mean, it doesn't give you the flexibility. It can't move to Venice. Apulia is a better place, but on the other hand, it's better than Tuscany. All right. Well, no harm, no foul. Italy here takes Trieste. Now goes to Apulia. Just took the long way around, the scenic route, if you will. Who wouldn't want to stop on Naples before headed to the southeastern coast of Italy? But critically gets into the Aegean. So I think we're seeing some really nice Austrian, Italian cooperation here. Then maybe quarterbacking that. You never know. And Karthik always loves, as Austria, the fleet in Romania. I don't really care one way or the other. What I'm sort of stunned about is that the black has lost importance this entire night, and in this game, which I know was played a couple of weeks ago. But I like the Black Sea as Russia and Turkey. I don't just minimize that in the name of an RT. And then curious set of moves here by England. They bounced, but don't put the army in Norway, which is fine. And maybe wind up in exactly the position they would have been in otherwise had they done traditional moves. France here takes Belgium, Munich holds, and it's going to be, it's hard to tell what's happening in the West, assuming that move in the spring between France and England was arranged.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some sort of weird Western triple here. I mean, with the way that England and France seem to be moving away from each other, but Germany and France also seem to be on good terms. I think we'll also be seeing an AIR in the East. I mean, with the fleet in Rum, the fast Lepanto with Ionian going to the Aegean and Tyrolia taking Trieste. Like, I think we're going to see a very, very triple game to begin with. So it's going to be my wonder is, will we see a boring game where we see triple versus triple, or will we see one triple get the upper hand against the other, or will we see some dynamic play in the mid game as the triples break apart? Will you see some curious play by some of the leaders of the board?
I'm not reading it that way because I didn't see the army go to Norway, so it is a curious Western triple if it is, but I don't think Ben's going to want an Eastern. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I actually really, really have enjoyed all these newer players seeing different things, and I think it's good for the hobby.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the one thing I would say is like London needs to get out, but I don't know. I mean, that's fair though because Russia did get let into Sweden, so maybe not.
Hey,
so
my man Karthik.
Interesting. And fleet build Brest. Whew. So no Western triple for certain, but we see some moves on the English by both Tim and by Zach. Christian Gunther Hansen is going to be in some trouble after this, with Mao going to Now, Brest going to English, and Kiel shuffling up to Denmark, and Denmark being supported into Skagerrak by the Russians. I think there's a very good chance that Norway will fall as well in the next year, unless Norwegian defends it. So that's going to be brutal. And then in the East, we see the fleet build in Sebastopol being supported into Black Sea. I mean, Ben has to be so happy seeing the double fleet build the two Southern Fleet Russia. And then we also see Italy walk into Constantinople. My guess is that Bulgaria expected to be able to retreat into Constantinople, and then that Matt just snuck in and got lucky. But who really knows? I mean, this is a great position for the AR, and it's going to be rough going for Turkey right here with the fleet with the army in Bulgaria getting forced piffed.
Yeah, no, this is good. It's good for the AI. It's good for Ben. See how it goes in the fall. I mean, in next season.
With the fast moving air, does that change the situation for the West? Do they need to make an adjustment?
So I think given the fact that it looks like, a sea line may be forming in the West, they maybe feel more confident in their ability to deal with and take out England quickly. So I think we're seeing some very, very good diplomatic play from Bradley here, who is asserting some control, basically having a finger in both triples right here, which is really, really good to see. Now, the issue with this is that sometimes it gets harder to manage the competing dynamics and demands of both triples. So if he can manage to pull this off, I'll be very, very impressed.
So it seems to me that it's an Eastern triple without the West realizing it, but they realize it now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get any more loud and declarative than sending Warsaw to Silesia right there, coupled with the Vienna to Bohemia. So going off of what Ed mentioned, I mean, we see the Warsaw going to Silesia, Vienna going to Bohemia, Tyrolia trying to bounce the United Ruhr, but Kiel supports it, so it's a no-go. Ionian finally takes Tunis, important to mention, and Turkey loses 2 this turn and most likely will die next year. So very, very rough position for Matthew Tatanki. Thank you so much for playing. Hopefully next game goes better for you. And then in the north, I mean, France and Russia and Germany continue to put the screws to England, with Norway getting captured as I predicted. So yeah, build London is destroyed, seeming to show some favor, or trying to create some fracas there perhaps. And then Vienna is the army build, Warsaw, so presumably going to Prussia, and 2 fleets from Matthew. So I mean, AIR is very, very loudly declared. France is responding in part. We'll see if they can get their act together in time. They do. I can't hear you, Ed. I guess while Ed fixes that, I'll read out the orders. So we see that here the Western Triple comes together in the nick of time to displace the Russians out of Norway. Very, very much needed. Wales goes to London. I think this is probably by agreement, with the expectation that it gets convoyed to Norway next turn, while the army gets supported into Sweden. I think that's a really, really clever set of moves there that's organized by both Zach, Tim, and Christian. Good on all of them. And then we see the fleets making the necessary shuffle. And while I thought Marseille was going to go to Lyon, it actually does a sort of clever thing here and bounces the Italians out of Piedmont, which should give them some much needed tempo. Some slowdown for them and put them in a good position. In the south, we see Sevastopol move into Armenia. And once that happens, the Turks are in trouble, with Greece going to the Aegean as well. Everything, in theory, could go in the next turn if they wanted to. So I'm curious to see how that plays out.
I'm back.
You are back.
Okay, it's probably a little worse than it was before. But the only thing I really don't like here is, look, England doesn't have to be doing them any favors like this. This is a crazy convoy. It just means England's going to die eventually.
Honestly, I said London may get convoyed out next year. It's entirely possible that North Atlantic just walks into Liverpool and London decides to stay, and then France builds 2.
Thank you for your
that's
service.
That's the type of play a weasel like Zach Moore might do.
Zach is in the harem. He's in the house. Yeah, that didn't look good for England there. Sorry.
That's brutal. Like I said, yeah. He so now goes to Liverpool, takes it. London stays, but it seems like that was all agreed upon, because based on the orders that are written, there was no order for a convoy. Skagerrak is supporting North Sea to Norway, so it seems that England kind of just knew, either he does this or he dies, and he chose to do this. In the meantime, there's a reshuffling of units as Marseille goes to Spain, Spain goes to Gascony, and we also see similar lines. We see the Austrian and the Russian units move up along the line as well. This seems to be rapidly heading towards the AAR versus the Western Triple I predicted back in 1901.
Does either side have an advantage over the other?
Yes, right now the Russians do in theory have it. Sorry, the South in theory does have an advantage with having units over the stalemate line, but that advantage is getting quickly neutered by the aggressive play by the EFG. So I think at this point the advantage is going to be on whichever player manages to negotiate other players to move away from them and to make some clever break. And I'm really curious to see what that happens there, because otherwise we're just going to get like a 6-6-7 draw or whatever.
I don't know. My read of this is I'd like to be Ben.
I'd like to be Zach here.
Do you know Zach?
I said I'd like to be in Zach's position. Sorry, let me rephrase. I wouldn't like to be Zach here. That's always a dangerous thing to suggest.
Well, it's either going to be a really boring game or we're going to see action very soon.
Agreed.
That's my man. That's my man Ben. Yeah. I thought that was coming.
Nice. Well done. So it seems that just like in Nexus, I was going to say, just like in Nexus, Ed seems to have the better read of the board than me here. Masterfully calls out the Austrian stab, said he wanted to be Ben. I also would like to be Ben now. Ben is in a dominant position. Well played. Great stab on Russia. Russia is in some deep trouble right now.
It's better. It's even better, right? Because Italy and France are locked. Right. Ben doesn't have to worry too much. He may have to. It's a spring move, so he might have to give something back. But this is a really good move.
Yep.
If you are Ben, do you risk moving to Trieste also here?
No. I'm Ben, and I don't even think Ben does it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, why would you, right? I mean, like, you're going to be building 3 here.
Yeah.
You have the Italians locked up against the French, who are very big and very annoying. Just keep on having the Italians plunge straight into the French, so as long as they're willing to do so. Be as nice as possible, offer whatever it takes to get the Italians to keep doing what they're doing.
The key here is how well Zach can put a bug in the ear of Matthew in Italy that this game is going to be won by Austria unless he turns back right now and they have to rearrange a détente.
Hey, my boy Zach did a good job. So, I mean, the Italians slide into Vienna, they slide into Trieste, they slide into Tyrolia again. The units, fleets start heading back east. It is a very, very dangerous position now. Much more dangerous than it was a turn ago. Ben really needed to keep Italy locked up against France, and he just didn't do so here, unfortunately. And yeah, no, like he's in some deep trouble. While Christian stays alive by bouncing Zach out of Edinburgh, Timothy takes a further advantage of him by blowing up the units.
So I think
another unit to Norway.
I think the issue was in spring of 2004, Italy supported Aegean to Khan, which was one of his dots, probably not telling Italy of the stab. Yeah. If I was Italy in that situation, I'd be pretty upset.
Right.
Also of note, Germany did pick up Belgium and Sweden losing Norway, but that puts France down 1 and Germany up 1.
Rare is the time when Austria gets 2 builds and not only no places to go, but it doesn't even have but 1 home center.
Yeah.
Oh, you've obviously not seen me play Austria. I've been in this more than once.
Did you not see Stephen Hogue play Austria at Whipping Ad? You were on that board. 6 center Austria, 0 home centers. Like
I'm trying to forget that game, Carpet.
All right, we've got a fleet from Germany. What is that telling us?
Tells us that he's playing smart here. He wants to be able to own the North. I mean, the North is won by fleets, and that's what he's going for. So kudos to him. I think it's the right play here. He's both trying to take advantage of the fact that the South is at war to like control and change the fate of the North. Because before that, Zach definitely had the advantage. Now it may be a very, very interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a really good spot for Italy, even though they get no builds. Zachary has to concentrate on worrying about Germany with that sneaky move into Belgium. It'll be curious to see how it goes forward.
Relatively, well, not just relatively, it is a balanced board right now. We've got 4 powers on 7. Karthik, who would you want to be if you want to top this board?
If I want to top this board, I'd be France. I like being France. Being France is fantastic. I mean, just such a strong defensive position. And so long as you can get a Matthew going the other way, you're in a really, really strong position to like have control. Yeah, no, I think I'd like to be France here. But my money is on yeah, I want to be France here.
I would want the Italian position, but I know this sounds a little crazy, but I think Russia right now is not a bad spot, given that Austria is going to have to focus on Italy.
I'd agree. I mean, Warsaw is easy to take back. Romania wouldn't be too hard to take back either. I mean, you may lose Ankara, but you have the Black Sea, so.
That's the power of the Black Sea.
There you go. As mentioned, I mean, Warsaw gets taken by the Russians. Romania gets taken by the Russians. So Russia's looking pretty good. Presumably, this move by the Russians to Norwegian is arranged, and he's going to be getting something in return for it pretty soon. Timothy's in a great position right here, though, by getting the fleets move west, getting Russian support, and Zach Moore is looking like, things are a little bit more dicey for him. He's still in a nice position, but danger is afoot, when Russia and Germany are cooperating like this and those fleets are moving the position they are. In the south, Budapest gets taken and blown up by virtue of Romania going to Serbia. So this is actually getting into a very, very precarious position for Ben. And last turn, I thought Ben may have some good defenses up his up his sleeves, but with Russia joining in the fray against him, he's in very, very deep trouble, and Matt is in a great position. Whew, and the troubles continue for Ben as Serbia gets taken by Trieste. He doesn't take Smyrna off of the Italians, as Constantinople goes to Bulgaria, North Coast instead. Ankara remains Russian, which I thought could change hands last turn. So that means Russia is building 2, or would be at least if they didn't lose Norway to the Germans. In the north, we see the Germans rotate south and east, seemingly showing a detente towards the French, whereas previously they're moving into an attacking position on them, or at least a very strong defensive position, depending on the perspective you take. So it's a very, very dynamic, very interesting board at this point.
So for me, Russia getting Constantinople is huge. Just lucky, theoretically, that happened. And I'm a little miffed that Russia supports North Sea to Norway. I understand maybe it wasn't arranged on Norway, but I think Russia should have just been cool with it, as opposed to trying to helping England get back. So all in all, though, really solid play by Italy and Russia and France. So I think we had our fingers on the 3 powers.
Yep.
And Ben is done. No, he's got Bulgaria, but no unit there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love the decision by Matthew to build the armies in Italy. I think there is a perception that Italy is a fleet power. In my experience, when Italy is doing well, they're building armies. They need just enough fleets, But in this case, they've got enough fleets, particularly with the situation in the West. I love the choice for the armies here.
By the way, those who can't teach, but I'll give a little bit of a teaching tip here, which is if you're going to make a great stab, and I think Ben's stab was fantastic, you have to have buy-in from your ally if you're in a three-way situation. Mm-hmm. And you have to work it out, and you have to show that ally that they're going to grow through that stab as well. And I think that has been the key issue for Ben's game and really what's happened here.
Well, his ally grew through the stab, just not the way that Ben wanted.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so going on to spring 1906, and I was just looking at all those sort of Italian errors. That's where I'm going. Looks like they're solidifying their position as best as possible. Let's see. And so we definitely have a sort of a winter green here. That's actually going to be good for Italy. Whereas we're seeing the FG, basically it's FG versus IR. That's our current game, and they're each jockeying for position. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Karthik.
I don't know. Keep going. I'll say what I want at the end.
All right. So I'm not convinced that this is the best set of Italian orders, but they are basically telling France. There's nothing more for France to gain here against Italy, and then Russia here losing St. Petersburg by walking out. But they had the fleet there. Okay. So they're playing D, and I'm very curious what Karthik's point is going to be that I must be missing. Just to me, it just seems like it's more line issues.
No. So I think they're putting together some good line work right here. They'll figure it out, and that's fine and all. But what I wanted to say was the Italian position is so nice here. There is only one Southern fleet on the entire board that is behind the Italian lines. It's Russian, and it's buried in Bulgaria north coast. You could not ask for a much better position than the Italian position right here, especially given that they're putting up a stalemate line against the French. There's no way for the French fleets to make any progress, given the Italians making the right orders here. So, there is some progress being made potentially, in the middle of the board, which could then collapse the that part of the line eventually in the long run. But that's going to take well past the end time of this game, most likely. So I'm very, very happy with the Italian position right here. I just want to give credit to him for arranging it that way.
All right. I'm going to speed through a couple of these moves here while we're watching some line work. If there is a spot that draws your attention, go ahead and call it out, because this is a really important part of the game. The tactics here can really separate high quality players, but it's not always the most exciting to watch as a viewer.
Oh
wow!
This is when Germany moves off the line. Well, I guess they're technically rather setting up the northern stalemate line there. I think the game draws, except for the Italian move to the Aegean. I guess that's going to just be being more careful. I am going to suspect we're going to see a bunch of holds here and game over.
I expect some bounce.
Italy went done. He wants 11.
Nice. Got another army. That's the right thing for this situation. I wonder if there is an agreement between France and Italy here to give them the space to do that, keep the game going. If that's the case, I wonder if France also chooses to make a move. Nope. Fascinating.
Oh, well, Matthew, nice. I don't know you, but that was a very nice board top. I personally would have exercised a little discretion and won 10-8-8 with my ally Russia, as opposed to, knocking him down a peg. But one never knows what happened in the game. Think long term, Matthew. Think long term. Don't be Karthik.
No, I thought Matt played a great game right here. Kudos to him. I love seeing good Italian play, especially when Italy uses diplomacy to get rid of fleets in the south and also to build armies to secure the Balkans and uses their fleets to basically tell France, you're getting nothing off of me ever. Like, I know the stalemate line. This is what it is. Great play by Matt. Kudos to him.
Well done. All right, let's take a look at the second round one game. And we have our players, Roni Mordanov, who we saw play earlier, I believe. England, we've got Jason Bennett. France, George Mork. Germany, Baron of Kirkholm. Italy's Alex Sheik. Russia, Christopher Ward. And Turkey, Christian Brown. So anything stand out amongst those players?
I'm rooting for Christopher Ward. Real Wardy.
I would say, look, Baron of Kirkholm is a youngster, an early teenager who I've played with a number of times, and he's very solid tactically. And as a 13-year-old, sometimes, I don't know, well, I'm going to guess he's 13, though he sounds like he's 13. It probably relies on adults to tell him the truth too many times, maybe adults named Ed Sullivan. But I think he's got fantastic tactical ability, and I'm really rooting for him.
Yeah, I've seen some growth from Baron over the games that we've observed, and I can see huge upside for Baron. So
and Jason Bortop, the game we saw earlier in VDL, so we know he can play.
Yeah, absolutely. Some good players, really good players on this board. All right. Let's see, Karthik, I'm going to switch positions. So I'll have you take the lead in the odd years, and we'll have Ed do the even.
Sounds good. All right. So, I mean, we see mostly standard orders from England, from France here with the old Maginot line opening, trying to support themselves in a Burgundy. We see Germany with standard orders as well. We see Russia open north, which is very fun and I think should be done more often. We see the DMZ of Galicia, which I also think should be done more often. I think that is one of the most wasted moves in the board. It lets Russia, it limits the ability for Russia to do interesting things with their pieces. It harms the ability for the RA alliance to get a jump on their enemies. And I think you can, if you want to be really clever, you can be really clever here. The one downside, though, is what happens when Turkey writes the orders that Turkey wrote to put the unit in Armenia. It's a good thing that Chris bounced the Turks out of Black Sea, because otherwise he'd be in for a much bigger headache. Otherwise, Austrians and Turks, mostly normal, with the noted Galicia bounce. Or lock DMZ, sorry.
Christian, doing my Weasel heart proud. Thank you for the Sunstream opening there. So.
Wow. So that's very interesting. Wardy chooses to forego Romania and let the Turks in order to focus primarily on defending the Black Sea, basically guarantee that the Black Sea could not be taken and neither would Sevastopol. That is an interesting choice, and one that he will pay for dearly, though, as he gets bounced out of Sweden by the Germans. Now, this is a very, very rough position for Wardy right here, leaving with 0 builds, while Jason Bennett convoys to Norway. Holland gets taken by Baron, while Ruhr covers Munich, and France will build 3, George Mork taking Portugal, Spain, and Belgium. Tunis naturally taken by a convoy. So we'll see what happens next.
I was just going to say, let me give, as someone who I do decently with Russia, and it seems like my best games at Russia are when the things are this bad. If things go bad kind of early, that's almost better for Russia than things going really well early. And so, let's not count Wardy out here. This is the Tour of Britain. He's British, except he's playing Russia. So let's hope it works out. Meanwhile, France with 3 builds is the story of 1901.
2 quick comments on Russia in this position. One, Ed, I completely agree. Russia, one of their greatest strengths is how resilient they are. They're very fragile, but I've seen. I was on a game once. Nicolas Ahuge came back from a 2-center Russia to top the board. Part of that was my poor play, but it was. I've seen it. I've done it myself. It's a really, really resilient power because you can kind of sit back a little bit and react to how the rest of the board opens up. So definitely agree there. Second, I do like if I get attacked by the Sunstrom to allow Bulgaria to move to Romania. It really makes it messes up that Turkish position, makes it more difficult, and it gives you a really strong place to say, hey, Austria, you're in the driver's seat. We can work together, and I'll end up with the Black Sea, and that's a pretty fair trade for me if I'm playing Russia. So I don't hate either of those decisions.
I actually think we're seeing an error. That's why we saw the northern move from Russia. So it's not awful.
Ooh.
Two fleets by
You want to say
France.
Western Triple?
Could be. But usually France does not get 3 builds. And I trust Baron knows that. So he plays enough to know that. So I don't think we're going to see a Western Triple. I think we might see an EG.
I can see that.
Or a Western Triple. Without
Nice
going
to see it.
Petersburg. All right. So we see all the West, certainly France, make moves towards Italy. This is what you would do. We see Germany making moves towards Russia. This is what you would do. The surprise here is, in my mind, and England probably didn't think he was going to take St. Petersburg, but you would normally see a move to Barents in such a situation. We don't. And then in the East, well, as often happens in diplomacy, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And so Austria, going for Bulgaria, taking the move, and then also kind of moving on Russia at the same time, now has Italy in the Adriatic and the Ionian and Trieste, and it is the clue that it is not agreed to is the move from Ionian to Adriatic.
Right.
And now the East sort of realizes this, but it's a little late and I think this is a strategic error by France, not convoying to Tuscany with the army, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm just looking at it super quick. I've made this mistake personally, so I know that. I'm not sure Mid-Atlantic Spain's the right move either for George, but you can see that Italy is responding to that attack and will be able to build a fleet with Austria. So maybe I doubt it in the spring it was arranged, but now Italy can go to Austria and be like, look, dude, I got to build a fleet, so don't kick me out. I'm moving away. And then, the beneficiary of this, of course, is Christian, despite losing Romania and not gaining Turkey. And then the devastating move here is England convoying to Livonia through Baltic.
Do you think Italy built a fleet here? I mean, they probably also want a fleet, but I mean, I feel like they also will need an army. I mean, with Tyrolia there, with Piedmont there.
They need everything. It's
Yeah,
like Saudi Arabia. It's like Saudi Arabia at one point. Desert Storm to President Bush. Send everything. Send all you can.
This whole situation is set up by this move of Tunis to North Africa. I understand why that was done, but that's why I don't love the convoy. If I can avoid convoying to Tunis, I try to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the bounce, and then bounce never happened.
Yeah.
Well, he got his army, Karthik.
Yeah, he got the army, much needed.
All right, Karthik, take us through 03.
Exactly the orders I wanted written right there. So I want to give credit to Alex right here. He knew that Rome was going to get tapped by Tuscany, right? So what do you do in such a situation? You have Trieste support Rome to Venice. He has 2 units doing the work of 3 and managed to defend all of his home centers from this rough French attack by just thinking through the game in a really, really smart way. So good job there. Then what does he do? He has Tyrrhenian bounce France out of Lyon, which allows Tyrrhenian to stay in place, which keeps the Western Mediterranean from moving as well. There he has 1 unit doing the job of 2. Then he brings Ionian to Tunis, basically telling France, like, hey, like, I got you, buddy. Like, what are you doing? So this was just a great turn by Italy, good as you could ask. In the east, we also see Turkey convoying Armenia to Constantinople while Constantinople goes to Aegean. I think we're going to see Christian try to get greedy and try to take advantage of this repositioning that the Eastern powers are going to need to make. I think he made this move a turn too early. If he had let the East move a little bit more out of position and deal with the West a little bit more, I think he could likely have gotten a pretty good position. Right here, unless these moves were invited, Bulgaria is never going to fall, and they're going to be very, very wary about it. So we'll see how it works there. In the north, we finally see the move to the Barents Sea like we wanted, and the convoy of the army to Norway, meaning St. Petersburg will fall to the English, while the Germans take Belgium, basically equalizing this, like, as it probably should be equalized. I'm wondering if Sweden will go to the Germans eventually as well. Probably should.
Yeah, the big story here is Christian, which is, look, I talked about this in the pregame, that he has a nature to be a C dot take dot kind of guy, and in this situation he has lots of dots to take, but not in 03. And if he could have just chilled out a bit, it'd be just fine for him. Now everyone's going to be mad at him, and we'll see if he backs off. No.
So in the fall of 1903, as mentioned, we see St. Petersburg fall. We see the Baltic cut Livonia. Sorry, the Baltic Sea cut Bosnia for basically make sure that can't do anything. We see Livonia cut Moscow, so that can't do anything. So now we have the English. Now we have the West basically locking up their entire side of the stalemate line. Russia has no centers or units north of it, and we also see German and units in Tyrolia, Silesia. We see the French in Western and Lyon. And we see the same thing basically happen again here, where they try to force Venice with Piedmont and Tyrolia, and Alex says, not today. Really, really just good setup, orders from him, really good setup play. He seems to know what he's doing here. On the other hand, we see Christian pull some funky tricks as he convoys into Sevastopol. Whether that was with cooperation and with Russia knowing, or whether Russia told Turkey what he's going to do here and then Turkey took advantage of it, I think the latter is more likely. Great set of play there. Should give Turkey a position that they need to really put the screws to Austria. What I do notice interesting, though, is the move to the Ionian. This suggests to me that Turkey is willing to work with the AI for a little bit longer, until they get this sort of really nice foothold in Russia, which I presume that they want to gain.
So just my overall impression here is, I'm going to guess this was engineered by Roni in Austria. This is really smart play by him, which is, you have Christian, he's annoying you, he's a thorn in your side as Turkey. So what do? Well, we can't really stop this Western Triple anyways, so we're just going to replace Russia with Turkey. You go that direction, so you have some theoretical growth path. Well, we can fight the Western Triple and hope they break. It's a reasonable strategy. It's the best of what they had right now. The key will be the build. I don't think it's obvious what Turkey has to build, other than it has to be in Constantinople.
Right.
I could see an argument for an army in Smyrna going up to Armenia, but I don't know.
exactly. Constantinople. Exactly what the Austrians want to see, not what the Italians do. What are you seeing there, Ed?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn. Okay, so now we have a Eastern quadruple at some level. Christian's been satiated with Sev, and I would say the East is making real progress, except for the fact that they lost Venice, and but on the other end they did piff. I believe it was a fleet in Tuscany. So all in all, pretty good turn for the East, and then in the West, I don't know if I wanted Barron to move out of Belgium like he did, but he goes back to Munich and he takes Sweden, so that's fine.
No, 100% agree. I don't have anything to add to that. The one thing I'm curious about is why they decided to let them in. I mean, I guess they can be displaced from Venice pretty easily, but I don't know how much value that necessarily added here while also causing potential headaches, So we'll see.
I mean, Barron may be fine with. Well, I was going to say disband, but he doesn't disband. He takes Tuscany.
Interesting.
Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about here. When you leave yourself open like this, you are forced to try and cover Rome to prevent a retreat, which leaves you unable to cover Naples. And that let Turkey just walk into Naples unopposed, right? So now Turkey's going to build again, and they're in deep, deep trouble. So this is not a position I'd be wanting to play from if I am the Italians here. I think Italy made a mistake by basically not ordering the same orders they would making the same orders they were always ordering, and instead changing it up to what they ended up making.
Yeah, I think Christian may have been too cute there. I'm really, the game may break open crazy now. If I'm Italy, I'm not going to be doing the hard work against France anymore. I'll tell you that.
Right.
But they're not going to be able to hold on. Well, I guess Roni could help, but it'll be difficult to hold on to Naples.
No, I think we're going to probably see a quick collapse of Italy. I don't think I don't think Roni has another choice.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the army in Budapest says he's a little worried about Christian. We're going to see what happens now. I think this is going to be the key move here. Right. Yeah, Roni goes for Trieste. Italy, I'm positive, vacated Venice and told France to backfill behind. France is now in Tyrrhenian. Tyrrhenians in Ionian. Italy is now playing Janissaries, which is exactly what Christian expected. And then Russia seizing an opportunity here. It gets into Sevastopol, which is fantastic. And Roni, even though he just took Romania, is now supporting Russia into Sevastopol. And because I guess he anticipated Christian's next target, which was Bulgaria. Although, if I'm looking at it super quickly, I don't think Christian can hold Bulgaria.
This is a spring turn. He can.
I guess he can.
Yeah, they'll be with Russian and Italian help. Oh, sorry, with either Russian or Italian help, it's very, very easy for to be held. But if you don't have either, then yes, Bulgaria, South Coast.
yeah. Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure Italy wouldn't cut Aegean, right? That's the thing, right? Yeah, Christian had to anticipate that. Bad turn for Christian. I mean, he's sort of the Icarus Award right now. He loses Naples, even though he hadn't technically had Bulgaria. He can't keep it. Austria's new friend is back to Russia, saying, look, I only did that stuff because Christian forced my hand. That's over. And England is in North Africa, which is France. I'm loving that, sort of beyond belief. It's really curious to see where this game is going to go from here. I sense strong EG cooperation. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a turn. I'm kind of predicting Fleet Liverpool.
What about France?
France is in a fantastic position here, right? I mean, they have potential play on Tunis. Like, if they can convince the English to support them into Tunis, that's a great place to be. They have a fleet in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They have fleets ready to defend themselves. They have armies ready to go on the attack. I mean, maybe I'd be wanting an extra fleet or something like that if I was France, but I'd be very, very happy with this French position.
It depends. Everything really here on my theory is depending on the small d diplomacy, which is impossible to know from the board. All right. So we're going to continue to go with the triple, I guess. We'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
It's been working, so it's hard to argue with it.
Yeah.
Yep. So we see the English support the Germans into Warsaw, putting the Westerners over the line. We see Berlin coming to Prussia. And now we see some signs of distrust, though, with barons going to Norway, Baltic going back to Denmark. I don't think it's them falling apart. I think it's just them trying to find a way to minimize the amount of trust required to give both of them security. So they're putting the units into place so that they can sort of physically guarantee it with certain moves, or at least not leave themselves too open to each other. Which is fair. I mean, England doesn't really have anything better to do with their units, that are stranded up there. If they're not attacking France, you better believe you might be next. So I can understand the logic from that kind of rationale. Yeah. And then in fall 1906, we see further movement, and we see the break apart, though, of the Western Triple, with Austria supporting Burgundy and Munich. This is going to be a huge turning point this game, I feel, as we see George basically getting tired of the status quo and wanting some growth that he has been lacking for some time, with the exception of that one build in 05. He went from winter 1901 to winter 1904, basically no build. So that's good to see from him. We see attempted play on Venice as well. So some very interesting play over there. Naples gets captured by the French. Tunis gets captured by the English. And we see Christian Brown sort of flip-flopping between where he wants to go. Does he want to go west? Does he want to go anti-Russia? Does he want to go west? Does he want to go anti-Russia? And now we see the Italians in the Aegean with support from the Austrians. And I think Christian Brown has waffled one too many times for his own good. And it seems that both AI just want him dead, and Russia will shed nary a tear.
So the issue here for me is I don't think France thought he was taking Ionian. Otherwise, I think he would have asked for English support. But I'm not sure why he made that move, because he obviously attacked Germany. I think he wanted 2 builds. But still, it's a great position, I think, for France. But I'm a little sad for England. I think England sort of missed their chance there by convoying that army. But they can always convoy it somewhere else. But England's growth is not going to be further in the southeast of the board.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They got to, they're going to have to take German dots or French dots. That's it.
Right. No, I think Jason's a smart player. We've seen him play well today. I think he'll make the necessary adjustments to set himself up for that. There you go. That's what I was hoping to see. Norway to Finland, Barents to Norway. Unfortunately, Germany also saw this coming. Baron von Kirkholm, very, very smart player. So he sends Denmark to Skagerrak, Kiel to Denmark, Berlin to Kiel, and sort of nice little conga line, which should give him at least temporary defense against this clever English attack. In the meantime, we see Moscow getting tapped. We see the French moving Paris Picardy seemingly as an insurance policy. And we see the English getting displaced out of Tunis. We see the Ionian basically trying to have their own little fun with the East as they blow up the fleet in the Aegean, which is just really, really clever play, and forces to retreat to the Eastern Mediterranean. So I think France is going to cause a lot of chaos here while trying to grow on their own, which is a just really, really good strategy, really, really good play by him there.
I wonder if it's a trade for Naples or something with England. If I'm France, I may not do it, but yeah, this is a good ride. I kind of feel bad for Roney. He's really making the best of a horrible board situation for him.
He's doing a very, very good job of surviving right here, and also still keeping his centers safe and secure.
So, go ahead. I don't know who's got what. So you go, Karthik.
Yeah, sure. I'll finish up fall 1907. You can take spring 1908. So Cherheniancy takes Naples. Good prediction there, Ed, on that being an arranged sort of trade. I think that's really, really smart play from France. I mean, controlling Tunis's France is always very nice. If George can get some builds and start finding someone to stab, he could be in a position to run away with this all. The rest of the South, is mostly stagnant, except for when you look at Ukraine supporting Sevastopol to Moscow, which goes, as does Warsaw supports Prussia to Livonia, which gives the Germans a really, really strong position in the north. As Norway gets displaced, St. Petersburg is now cuttable. I really, really like this German position here. The only issue is, what does France do now that he sees bitterness and acrimony between the two powers potentially?
Really play from Baron all around. Just give everything. He gets a build now.
Yep.
He's in the game. He's fighting EF. This is fantastic.
What does Baron build here?
You got to build an army. I don't know. Karthik, you're the genius.
I would say he should build an army here as well. I could see the desire to build a fleet and what it could do, but I feel like with the French position, you kind of want that army there. Yeah, there you go. Berlin.
All right, spring 1908. France advances its position in the south and the north, taking Ruhr. Oddly enough, Munich doesn't support Burgundy to Ruhr. Belgium doesn't support Burgundy to Ruhr. I guess France is really confident it was going. And Picardy. And then the fleets are all around Naples. I guess the English lost that fleet or disbanded it. I don't know really. Yeah. So
they disbanded it.
This is really France's game at this point. I don't see how George could, with the time limit coming up, possibly lose. The position is unassailable from any power. And everyone else is just sort of, best I can tell, Germany loses Norway, which I think was guaranteed given the number of English units around there. And Germany loses Denmark. So not a great turn for Germany.
Hmm.
In the fall, France does not take Naples, doesn't need to, has the top right now. So I like the description. Although one of my general rules is if France is in the Eastern Med, they should stop. This is too far. When you know you've gone too far as France, that's exactly where you've gone. Remarkably, Italy's still alive because of the 2-on-2 with Venice, which is fantastic. And Baron loses Berlin. So I think he's got 3 disband, 2 disbands coming.
I would say if I'm France here, I'm definitely not sending that third fleet into the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm holding my fleets there, taking my build, putting something like fleet down in Brest and starting to make or maybe even Marseille at a minimum, and start to make Germany think about me just a little bit.
Is that fleet Liverpool telling?
Ooh, that's brutal.
It's brutal, but there's a lot of armies there, but not enough time to catch up. See, this is why France does not need to be in the Eastern Med. And if it is in the Eastern Med with those 2 fleets, Ionian needed to be moving back. Well, I guess Ionian didn't move back because it's going to take Naples. But in any event, it's bad for France. They just got to hold on, get that fleet build in Brest, and play D. The time limit will be at the end of 1910. Hell of a move by Jason.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and troubles continue for France, though, as Germany piles on to take Munich with help from the Austrians. The English take Holland with their own support. We see Ionian take Naples, which is at least one positive for them. We see them get Venice. but that's going down 2, going up 2. It's just not a great position for them to be in. And with the English now in the Mid-Atlantic, we're going to be seeing some trouble for them.
The question is, England can take one center from France, but and it'll be a split board top, but can England get 2? And
I think you should be able to get Belgium.
I'm liking Roney. If you got 1 year left, well, maybe not. France is going to defend. We'll see. It's going to be exciting last year.
For sure.
Yeah, coming down to a photo finish. These are always fun.
Everyone's sort of scrambling. Hello, Brest. Middle Atlantic gets in. I guess it was, it was gone anyways. But, if that's the case, why build a fleet? Maybe just build the army. But it is what it is. There goes the 1. Belgium, I guess, is next on the chopping block. Other than that, the move into Armenia from Russia, trying to get Ankara, is the big play. And I'm not sure Roney's got enough dots to get into position here. Oh, he gives France Trieste. That could not have been thought of that was going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like that has to be arranged, right? Why else would he support himself with 3 to Budapest? I want to do literally anything else.
I guess he wants to have a say in who gets the board top, but I don't know why England and Austria are at odds. It seems like an odd situation.
I don't know.
Maybe they're just trying to force a split.
That could be it, yeah.
So I think this should be the end. Yep. So that would be my guess, is that they were trying to force a split to try and keep the score down, because I believe there is a topping bonus. Let me go ahead and read the scoring rules here. 7 points for first, 6 for second, so on. And then there's a tiebreak system, so you can't end up with the same score even if you end up with the same centers. Yep. And there's bonus points for anyone ending with more than 13 centers, but that hasn't happened. So I think that was probably designed to control the score for the league overall, would be my guess.
Makes sense.
Baron, my man, don't go for Western triples. Stand and fight. If you're Germany in that situation, get Russia on board, get Italy on board, but do not go with this plan.
Yep.
All right. Well, that was a fun one. I always love a photo finish. Really, really good game. I'm going to go ahead and give Ed a break, and we're going to welcome back Chris. Chris, welcome back.
Thank you.
And let's go ahead and get to our final game. But before Tour of Britain. But before we do that, that was the end of round 1. So let's go ahead and look at our standings as they sit right now. So here we can see at the end of round 1, we've got, looks like, let me make sure both of these are ended. Yeah. So at the end of round 1, this is what our ranking looks like. And then let's get on to our players for our next game. So round 2 of Tour of Britain happened last weekend. We've got Christian Brown in Austria, John Archibald in England, Jason Bennett in France. Really impressed with Jason's play that we've seen today. Zach Moore in Germany, David Graff in Italy, Ben Kelman in Russia, and Michalis Kamaridis Wish in Turkey. So let's get to our orders here. And Chris, I'm going to go ahead and have you lead us off. We're going to try and do about 1 minute per turn here.
Okay. England opening north. France supports to Burgundy, which doesn't really tell us anything. Bounce between Venice and Trieste, both going the other way. That is unusual. The Italian order not so unusual, but the Austrian order pretty unusual. By moving Trieste there, you're giving up Greece basically, or probably giving up Greece. Bouncing Galicia as well. So I wonder who Austria's friends are. Hopefully Christian's got a friend somewhere. Other than that, yeah, Smyrna to Armenia. Yeah.
I was going to ask, yeah.
Austria, I think.
Yeah, I was going to ask if the combo is going to happen because McCullis loves ITs, and there you go.
Yeah. So again, Venice and Trieste going at each other, but supporting the army into Greece, which is, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't think it's really you want an army in Greece, but we'll see how it works out for them. No love lost between Turkey and Russia by the looks of it, but Russia picks up Romania anyway, and Germany actually supports Russia into Sweden. Russia probably needs that help because the English put the army over into Norway. So I imagine we'll probably see one of those Russian builds in the north. France just picks up Iberia and also supports Edinburgh to Belgium, which then didn't go. So this is interesting in the West. Germany got English support into Belgium at the same time as the French supported England into Belgium. So looks like maybe France is the odd one out in the West here.
Let's see. Ooh. Zach builds 2 armies, which is interesting.
Yeah, and Turkey built an army as well.
Yep.
It's unusual.
Well, Turkey building an army was a given, given that he supported the Italian army to Greece. So
yes,
IT, like, fair. You know. Yeah.
Yes, that's fair. And Italy built an army.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's unusual.
That's very odd.
And in Naples well, which implies it's being convoyed again.
Right. To Albania, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's going to be fun to watch.
Yep.
And there we go, into Albania.
Yeah, there you go. 1902, the convoy to Albania with support from Greece. Trieste gets tapped. Serbia gets tapped to basically guarantee it. But at the same time, Trieste slips into Adriatic. Vienna slips into Tyrolia. So we have some potential for Austria to make some good plays on Venice. At the same time, the Russians slip into the Black Sea. Well, like, you know, the Turkish units kind of do nothing. Like they do the Conga line. They get the top on Serbia they want to, but otherwise staying in place. We see Zach shuffle his armies around to get position on Ruhr and position on Burgundy, which he successfully supports himself into as Paris slides into Picardy. This should set up Holland to go to the Germans in the fall. At the same time, as predicted, like you said, there is an EG afoot. Norwegian side down to now. Norway's in place.
Interesting that Armenia didn't go to Serbia in the spring.
Right.
That looked like a mistake to me.
Yeah, agreed. So now at this point, we see, like, you know, just more holding in place, like, you know, basically tapping red arrows from Russia to Turkey, except for where we see the Italian unit in Greece support Bulgaria, Serbia. This is why I really enjoy having that Italian army there when I'm doing an IT, because Serbia is the crown jewel of the Balkans. You have that, you have the world. In the north, we see Denmark tap Sweden again, basically trying to help England keep Norway or take Sweden if Norway gets taken instead. We see Germany pick up Holland as predicted, but we do see Burgundy get displaced. But we do see the Germans take Picardy. So I think in order for them to really break through France, we need to see the English shuffle up into the Irish Sea, North Sea, drop down to English. Whether or not they'll actually do that, we'll see. But those fleets there need to get, like, you know, taken care of.
Interesting. Norway didn't support Germany into Sweden.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually. I suppose they do want some Russian success.
Holland anyway, I guess maybe that's okay.
Yeah.
You don't need Germany getting too big, right?
Okay, one thing I'll actually note that I misspoke. Actually, with Picardy tapping Brest, Mao should go. So they could be okay there if they want to. Yeah, we can keep going.
There you go. Yeah, this is a good takedown of France. Actually, they're getting into Mid Atlantic and into Burgundy in spring '03. That's pretty good going, because without Italian help, it can be pretty difficult to make progress against France.
Right.
They're doing this very nicely. No moves at all in Scandinavia. Everyone just sits there. This is all very peaceful and lovely in the north there after the initial convoy into Norway. But it's only a matter of time, surely. I don't know.
Oh, we missed something very important in the south, though.
This is mostly just a trade around of position, isn't it? There's no.
Before
the Russians.
Yeah, we see both Turkish units that are getting blown up, which is catastrophic.
Oh, that is it. Basically, Russia changed sides here, didn't they? Because Russia looked like they were moving anti-Austrian, but now they're definitely not anti-Austrian.
The Italians is Serbia. It's great for them.
Yeah, this is bad for Italy for Turkey at this point.
Yep,
they've lost 2, and they've already had the disband, so they've got all fleets left.
So the army in Smyrna.
There is a common sentiment that Italy and Turkey should not work together. And I would say in many cases I found that to be true, but not always. One of the upsides that I like about an early IT is it can easily pivot into an IR, which is a very powerful alliance. So I love the flexibility that it gives Italy. I feel like you're committing a little bit more as Turkey when you make that choice. But in this meta, Turkey needs an ally wherever they can get it. So, but yeah, I don't hate it as Italy if I've got somebody who's making signs of good faith, like McAllis was for this exact reason. I just have more flexibility than Turkey does, and I always appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now we have an Italian fleet.
There you go. I wonder if Tunis will finally get taken.
And a German fleet. I said it was only a matter of time then in the north until Russia was the odd man out. Oh, Sweden. Actually, St. Petersburg went in the spring, did it? It went to in the last time.
Yep. So in the spring, we see Sweden finally get captured. We see the move to the Baltic Sea. We see the move to Silesia. We see aggressive moves on Russia from the EG. At the same time, we see France sort of get really, really dicey positions. For now, nothing falls, but Picardy is there, Burgundy is there, Paris is there. It's only a matter of time before the French fall with both Mao and Western occupied. And then the south,
France, it's like they know it. They're retreating to Iberia, basically saying, I'm just going to hang out in Spain and Portugal and hope I can survive there.
Exactly, correct. And then we see the Austrians support themselves into Galicia. We see some plays, Turkey trying to basically find anyone who will work with them, offering the Austrian support into Bulgaria. And we see Ionian support Naples into Tyrrhenian, which is possibly setting up to finally take Tunis, which would be nice. And then Venice going to Piedmont, either to help or to hurt the French.
Yeah, it's not a bad Italian position with Tunis still free, and they've got Trieste and Serbia already.
Exactly.
This is another really interesting game. Varied. Each game we've seen so far tonight has been very different, and this one is not disappointing.
Okay, so the Italians promptly reversed attack as they support themselves back into Tyrolia. We see Italians happy to support Russia now again. We see no move from the Austrians towards Bulgaria anymore. And we see McCulloch just turtling up. He pulls the Black Sea into Ankara, just happy to chill. At the same time, Tunis finally falls in fall of 1904, about time. And the convoy of Brest to North Africa. I'm not sure if I would like that if I'm the French, but I mean, I guess it prevents Brest from falling because Picardy offers support for the English Channel to Brest, but it is not taken. Offers support for Burgundy to Gascony, which he himself doesn't take, which is the classic Zach Moore play. And the French seem to offer the support from Brest to Gascony, and they don't take it either. I think they're all just having fun over there. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would order Brest to North Africa in that situation.
Making John Jameson proud, though.
Oh, yes.
John
I'm
Jameson.
sure John's happy. But who wants to make John happy? I mean,
Right, exactly. And now, I guess it's your turn, Chris.
North Africa trying to get back to Belgium. Yeah, good luck with that one. Okay, so Turkey's heading north, trying to get on some Russian dots, I guess. Otherwise, everything around Austria is very peaceful. Even Italy's supporting the Austrian fleet into Ionian, which that's bold. I'm not sure whether it's wise. I guess he's desperately trying to fend off the units that are coming in the Mediterranean. But I don't know. Is that really a big threat there? I don't think. I don't know that I would want the Austrian in Ionian there. But Russia's okay now because all the attacking units in the north, they've taken Sweden and St. Petersburg, but there's all fleets, so he doesn't have anything to worry about up there for now, anyway. Munich down to Tyrolia, I guess, is the Germany's concentrating more on the Austrian area rather than Russia.
Yeah, really like Zach's position here. I mean, all of no man's land is his. No units anywhere near him. Like that's a good place to be, as Germany.
Yeah, and a weak Austria is just what you need at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Silesia to Galicia in fall of 05. Very nice. France continues to fall, losing Brest and Marseille this year. Italy and Austria putting up a fight against that. England tries to put the French unit into Tunis. Interesting. I guess this is just France janissarying and trying to stay alive. Right. England would probably be willing to keep him alive with an army in Tunis for as long as he can stay there. Yeah. Not a big deal. But yeah, this is a very nice EG, basically. Yeah,
they're just tearing up the board.
Yeah. I noticed that Turkey gives up on attacking Russia again, but Russia is still sending an army south. So maybe that army should be in Armenia for defensive purposes at this point.
Why did Marseille fall?
Spain.
Why did Marseille fall? That's a good point.
Did it move?
Spain supported Portugal to hold.
Yeah, Spain supported Portugal. Okay. Marseille supported Spain.
Marseille. Okay, that's what I was missing. Got it. Okay.
Which is a mistake because Portugal didn't need the support, right?
Right, exactly. Portugal could not have been taken this turn no matter what. Yeah.
So that's a costly mistake. I suspect we're going to lose that army in North Africa now. Yep, there we go. But keeps the army in PA.
I would have kept Spain if I was France, but what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you're not guaranteed to hold on to it, but Spain, Portugal can be tricky to take, right? But one of them is easy. Now they're going to lose both of them. So unless that army can end up in a dot, then they're in trouble.
I mean, in theory, like in 1906, we see Tyrolia go into Vienna. We see Galicia tap Budapest to make it happen. We see Galicia being forced to retreat to Silesia, which, I mean, still not a bad place for a German army in 1906. We see the English basically rotate their fleets through into Spain while preserving Mao. West is forced to retreat to North Africa. Italy can make it annoying to take Portugal, at least for a little bit, but they can't prevent it, indefinitely. And in the South, we see McCulloch still basically just holding his units in position, trying to prevent anyone from attacking him, but really not making any aggressive plays of his own, content to bide his time. We see the EG just continuing to make progress against the rest of the board. So I wonder what they'll do in fall.
The interesting thing, though, is that once Spain and Portugal fall, it's hard to see what else England gets, right?
Right.
And that could be a problem.
Presumably, then they'll have to trade a dot between them or something like that.
Yeah, or I guess they then put armies up into Scandinavia and over the top into Russia.
Right, exactly. So here we see Tyrrhenian slide into Tuscany, presumably to prevent the French army from doing anything clever there, which is an interesting play. We then see basically Vienna try to support an attack on Tyrolia. which I don't know why he believed that would have any real chance of succeeding. Like, I would have tried to support, like, myself into Galicia there, which would have gone, by the way, actually, if he made that one here, because Galicia cannot cut support for Silesia to Galicia. And then, so other than that, just like, bunch of red arrows as people try to make progress in areas where they're kind of locked out of for now. And Piedmont goes away. Very sad to see.
Another fleet for England.
Mm-hmm. At some point, you need to get armies over the top. So I don't really like that build, but
yeah, just good diplomacy on the part of Zach.
Yep, indeed. Zach may just say, like, we don't really need your armies over the top. I can do it all myself.
Yeah, but that's not good for England, right?
Right. Not very good for England. Agreed.
Okay, so this is interesting in the east. Bulgaria goes to Constantinople. Oh, it's probably going by agreement. It's going to come out to Aegean, I guess.
Right.
Because the other Russian armies move north. Germany doesn't make any progress, and in fact loses Tyrolia to those Italian armies. So it looks like the East has gotten their act together and got this defense together.
Right.
But can they hold Warsaw? Oh, they can hold Warsaw for a bit. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it looks like this is starting to stagnate a bit. Actually, this is starting to end up as lots of units along the stalemate line.
Mm-hmm. In fact, not just stagnation, but reversal. I mean, Vienna could fall in the near term.
Right.
Yeah, not great.
Oh yes, Vienna.
Yeah,
Vienna could fall, and they can safely take. Once that happens, they can safely take Greece and Budapest.
Unless they really want that fleet, which is probably not as useful as it was at one point now. Especially if the Russian fleet doesn't come back this way.
Oh, I guess they're just pivoting it to rebuild an army.
I guess so. Yeah, if you're relying on the Austrian fleet, I guess that's a reasonable decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then once you put that army in Sevastopol, you can kind of hold that position for pretty well.
And Austria's the winner for Vienna. Austria gets the support in there, which means that they can build an army in Budapest. And yeah, Germany pulled back from Vienna, right, knowing that they couldn't be held.
Right.
But basically, the EG is stalled at this point. They can't do anything.
Right.
And they know it.
Yeah. And they're not really good stabbing each other either.
Right?
Yeah.
So the question for me now, are they setting up, is the East going to accept a draw here, or is there jockeying within? Because is it safe for them to adjust position, or do they need to take a draw here also?
I think this is possibly the point at which it's in everyone's interest to take a draw. The only question is whether they could cut Austria out. And I think having given them the build, that's probably the answer to that is no.
Could
I wouldn't be surprised to see this end here.
Could Turkey sneak something in? That would
if this was an untimed game, I'd say it draws probably now. With this being a time game, I could see Italy or Austria trying to get greedy here and trying to take some centers, hoping that, like, the time they'll be saved by the bell.
So
the Austrian armies. Oh, is it me or you?
I think it's me. Yeah.
Okay.
So Sevastopol basically supports Ukraine down in Romania. Basically, Russia is moving their units away, realizing that EG is no longer going to pose them any threat, so they want to be able to defend themselves against the Turks. Austria.
They want to take Austria.
Yeah, exactly. Austria and Italy make some progress against Germany, taking Bohemia now, piffing that unit. In the meantime, EG kind of just trying to hold position right there. No attempt to take Portugal. No attempt to knock off Jason here. The Austrian fleet slides into Tyrrhenian, which is interesting because you could look at it one of two ways. Either it's Christian trying to help out the Italians and doing whatever they're trying to do there, or it's a way of bouncing out, basically telling him yes and then trying to sneak into Rome or Naples afterwards. I'm curious to see what happens. Being nice. And we see another McCullough Dipsy Doodle as all the units try to move around a nice little conga line. it's going to be interesting to see if they try to do anything with it this time or if it just holds position. We see the armies from the Russians continue to move south as they try to take, potentially make a play for the Balkans. Serbia could be guaranteed here, which is really interesting. Greece is also guaranteed. So interesting to see which ones the Russians choose. I personally would choose Serbia here for obvious reasons. The West continues to just be nothing happening there. They try to attack Western, obviously never going to succeed. They try to attack Marseille, obviously never going to succeed. And the Germans would try to retreat into a more defensive position as Russia, Austria, and Italy all try to put more pressure on Munich here.
Is there any reason for England not to take Portugal this turn?
None that I can think of, other than just to be nice.
They should have taken Portugal, really. Gascony can support Spain.
Right. Yeah, the only reason I can see is just to be nice.
Yeah. Which is not good diplomacy.
No. Just to be nice is a very persuasive argument. People have convinced me to do things to say it's a nice thing to do. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine. Like your other arguments didn't make any sense, but that one I'll buy.
Yep. This is true. So you made the right call with Serbia.
Yep, there you go. With the Russians take Serbia. Oh, wait, no, it's your year, I think.
The Turks follow up into Bulgaria and then have a play on, can hold it, and then can then take Greece as well. So, but the Austrians lose that Bohemian army, which is a big loss actually. Yep. They needed that. So I think Austria might actually die this turn, depending on what Tyrrhenian Sea does. Tyrrhenian Sea has got dots open to it, so we'll see, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, the Austrians will not die, but they'll be in trouble for sure.
Yeah. So the Turkish fleet moves through to Greece. The Russians move up into Budapest as well, still holding Serbia. So this is nice for Ben here. He may have lost the north, but he's making good gains in the south. This is looking kind of RT-ish now, late breaking RT here.
Indeed.
And Austria deciding to try to go for Tunis, which is a interesting choice. Oh, supported by Italy. Okay, this is a mess. I don't know what they're doing here. I guess Tunis wanted to cover Ionian, so they needed to cover Tunis, but that didn't need to be supported. Now they've lost the Western Med. This just looks like a mess with those fleets in from the east there.
Yes, it's unclear to me why Lyon just didn't support Western to hold, and why Ionian just didn't go unsupported to Tunis, because there's nothing that could have taken it.
They shouldn't have lost Western Med at that point. That's right. A mistake. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but it's going to hurt them for sure.
Well, I'm sure the Italians aren't too sad about it because they get a rebuild at home, a desperate rebuild.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Two new armies for Russia. An army for Turkey is interesting. Where's that going?
Did the Italians lose the center? Do they not rebuild? Oh, yeah, they lost Serbia. Yep, that would do it.
Right, yes. So it's now a Russian army instead.
Right. And Christian does the fun thing and keeps the fleet.
Yep.
Which is reasonable because he couldn't hold Vienna anyway. Whereas the fleet's next to several dots, right? And several undefended dots as well.
Yeah, no, this late breaking RT continues to make a lot of ground up really, really quickly. Vienna falls. Bulgaria presumably will go to the Turks in order to sort of even things out there a little bit. Ionian, some play to be made there. It's going to be curious to see whether or not AI chooses to defend the Ionian or to defend Tunis still. Part of me thinks, given the convoy to Tuscany, that they may say, hey, EG, take everything you want. The RT is going to get punished for this, but we'll see what happens in the fall.
It's surprising that they didn't defend Ionian in the spring, actually.
Right. I would agree.
And games in the Tour of Britain do end by year in 1910. So this will be the last turn.
Oh, maybe that's
right. I thought it was yes. So just defensive Tunis, Ionian doesn't matter, whatever. Trieste will fall, but it is what it is.
But letting the German get one of the Italian dots then.
Right. Basically just guarantee that neither Russia or Turkey could pass.
Yeah.
Hey, good for Zach. Getting thrown a couple dots. Good score for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice result for Germany here for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 11 centers for Germany. Definitely pulled that one out. So at the end of it, after 2 rounds of Tour of Britain, which I believe is a 4-round event. Correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize. But we see basically halfway through, Zachary Moore is in first place. Ben Kelman in second. George had an impressive display that we just saw, coming in third, and so on. A lot of fun. Really enjoyed those games. Very different from the VDL games in their own ways, and all equally exciting in my opinion. So. Awesome. Well, Karthik, thank you for joining us. I'm going to give you a break, and we're going to bring Ed back in for our last game. So thanks for joining. You are welcome to hang out and join us for the after action at the end of the show if you'd like, or if you need to go do something else. We appreciate you joining us. All right. Ed, welcome back.
Hello. How are you?
Good. And I don't know if you got to see those games. They were very, very fun.
John Archbold was my wingman in my Cascadia tournament victory that Chris Brand threw, and there is no greater wingman in the history of wingman. Okay, so he was Zach's wingman there, and Zach, that guy will go die on a hill for you if he needs to.
That's good to know. We need people like that.
All right. Well, let's take a quick look at where the standings are going into the last round of Virtual Diplomacy League tonight. So we see that John Anderson is in first place, Jason Bennett in second, Christian Brown in third. So we will keep an eye on those standings as we move into our next round of games. So for round 3, for May, we've got Geraldine Wax, and in Austria, Stephen Hogue, England, Tessa Marine, France, Jonathan Strange, Matthew Tochny in Germany, Italy's Joseph Hooper, Russia, Tim Crosby, and Turkey, Christian Brown. So, Ed, I'll go to you. Who are you going to be watching for this game?
Christian Brown is the marathon man of league night. I'll tell you what. I think he's been in every game. Is it possible he's been in every? Is he playing multiple powers?
We've certainly seen his name a lot tonight.
Yeah. Stephen Hogue's close second. Tessa came to.
She was a whipping. Yeah,
she was she's a relatively new player from Phoenix, and of course we got Stephen Hogue. So, all right, I'll let Chris go first.
All right.
Okay, Venice to Tyrolia, followed up by Rome as well. So that's not what you want to see as Austria.
No.
Bouncing the Black Sea, bouncing Galicia, England moving north. France went to Burgundy unopposed. So, yeah, the main thing of interest, I think, is Italy.
Yeah, I would not want to see that as Austria. But on the other hand, you don't know what you get from new players.
Oh, wow.
You get that.
So Austria are obviously worried about this, but supports Trieste, and that works because Italy goes for Munich instead. And Germany wasn't worried about either the French in Burgundy or the Italian in Tyrolia. It's actually quite easy as Germany to not worry too much about that Italian in Tyrolia, but you should always be worried about that Italian in Tyrolia. Munich is a nice.
You never know.
You may not be able to hold it, or you may be able to hold it. Who knows? But there's other dots. So. The Ankara fleet came out to Constantinople, so that's not so good for Italy. So yeah, France picking up 2 builds, but still with Spain in their pocket is always nice. Russia building Army Warsaw, Army St. Petersburg. So this is looking RT-ish to me. which is also not good for Austria. Austria, having successfully fended off the Italian, is now facing a large number of Russian armies in the east there, and hasn't yet picked up any centers. So
I think
Good
there's
luck.
an EF. That would be my view of it too, with the 2 army builds and the fleet build in Edinburgh.
The French build is certainly not pro Germany. Yeah.
So neither are the moves as we look at it. England successfully convoys into Holland, but loses Norway, but should be able to take it back if I can do the reading. Meanwhile, this is exactly why you don't like an Italian in Munich. Sure, you take Munich, but now it retreats to Berlin, where Venice follows up to Tyrolia. And then it's a good round for the RT, Chris, with Turkey now in Serbia, the Aegean and Eastern Med, and Constantinople.
Greece is guaranteed. Oh, no, Greece is not quite guaranteed.
Greece is, Italy's been a little suspect with Austria. I mean, you don't know, but it's also a really great position for Tim here because with those fleets out like they are, he can have that stab when he wants it. I'm not saying it'll be next year, but he's got a lot of options.
I wonder whether the Italian move to Munich was expecting Burgundy to support, but Burgundy went for Belgium instead. Never know, but
well, looky here. France supports Tyrolia back into Munich. So we've got a Northern Expeditionary Force for Italy that is supported by the French. The English do take back Norway. They do keep Holland. So it's a good +2 for England and Tessa. And maybe some cooperation now between Russia and England. It certainly looks ripe for it in my mind. Russia takes Vienna, which is fantastic, and Greece was not guaranteed, and in fact, the opposite. Aegean is lost to Turkey as Italy pushes its fleets towards Turkey. Aegean has to retreat to Smyrna. So
this seems like, I don't know. I might have tried and convoy Constantinople to Greece, and then you could not lose Aegean.
Correct, because Eastern would be supporting Aegean.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, rough for Christian, which I think is a theme of tonight.
But Stephen's disbanding, right? Oh no, Stephen's still on 3 because he took Greece, right? Took Greece but lost Vienna. And then Budapest's gone, and then Trieste not long after that. So yeah.
Brandon, you may want to check the Discord and see a message. But Brian, you might want to do that. But all right, spring 1903. I guess this is Chris.
Me, isn't it? Okay. So Austria manages to get back into Vienna, but the Russian follows up into Budapest. So I don't know how much good that's going to do them. And there's a shuffling around of fleets. The Austrian fleet gets popped, which is not good. It's particularly as the chances of rebuilding it are pretty much 0. What did Turkey actually? Oh, Italy tried to push forward into Eastern Med. That's I don't know why you want Aegean pushed into Eastern Med. Maybe that wasn't.
We have a breaking news alert, Chris.
Yeah, so the games, this game is not the correct set of orders. So we're going to continue it. It's an interesting game. I want to keep watching it. So we're going to keep moving through it. But just everybody understand that this is not the correct set of moves for this game.
Well, is it not the correct set of moves or not the correct players for these moves?
We're figuring that out, but regardless of what this is, we're going to keep going through till I get the updated game, because whatever this is, it's fun.
In the western side of the board, Spain went to mid-Atlantic, which is interesting. And at the same time, the armies pushed forward into Ruhr. I guess Spain to mid-Atlantic is probably just a defensive. If you've got one fleet, that's probably where you want it as France. So Germany's losing out rapidly here. Probably going to lose, possibly going to lose everything actually this year. Yeah, I think that's about it for the spring. And does Germany lose everything? No, Germany keeps Kiel, but they do lose Berlin.
And Denmark.
Yes, and Denmark. Scandinavia, all very peaceful. England and Russia at peace for now, at least. We'll wonder how long that will last once Germany's dead. And Austria gets to keep Vienna, but loses Trieste to Russia. This RT is definitely on a good roll in the south here. And Italy knows it. Italy's given up on trying to take the attack to Turkey. They now pull the fleet back to Albania, the other fleet back to the Ionian, which is probably wise. As a French fleet comes to Wes, is that a good thing for Italy? Maybe, who knows? The army into Piedmont as well? I don't know.
I think it'll get worse.
I wouldn't want to be Italy at this point. You're probably sandwiched between a France on one side and RT on the other side. So
I think it's okay. I mean, like, what are you going to do if you're Italy?
You're not going to grow, which is what I want to do as Italy. So Germany keeps Prussia, which you might as well because the other two units weren't going to do you any good. France builds 2 fleets, which is interesting, whereas England builds an army. So, so the fleets are probably going down into the Mediterranean. I don't expect we'll see them go after England, although it's possible. The army presumably is going to get convoyed up into Scandinavia because now that Germany is basically dead, England wants to go after Russia or possibly into Germany.
Okay, so going into 04 here, we have Chris's prediction about the French fleets being correct. France continues now to press position on Italy, and I guess the answer to the question from before is I don't think Italy really liked those fleets there. Italy also sort of vacates the Northern Expeditionary Force to move south through Bohemia. I don't know what Italy's doing on that. All right, forget that. Nothing happens up in the for England except it takes Kiel. This is looking like a pretty good RF without a lot of progress north, but the RT sort of keeps on keeping on with Trieste now in Venice. Not bad at all for Russia.
Yeah, interesting to see what England does now. England and Russia have been very peaceful in the north up until now, but then England's run out of dots to take at this point, pretty much. So.
There's Berlin. I think France will take Berlin.
Ooh, France gets Berlin. That's good job, Jonathan. That's
well, we don't know if it's Jonathan
or
not.
whoever this is.
Well, no one else said that. So.
Some French took Berlin, and that was good diplomacy. France now has play on Tunis. Turkey, getting. I'd call it a strange stab if it is one because Constantinople doesn't go to the Black Sea, but that move into Budapest, I don't think was.
No, that's going to Vienna because they needed another army there, I think. Whether it'll succeed, fair. I don't know, but I reckon that's the goal is probably to put that into Vienna.
All right, no problem. Turkey's happy either way.
Oh, that was a full move. Okay.
I think we're getting close on the correct game, so we're gonna move through this one really quickly. I'm invested at this point. I'm so curious.
There's not a lot of play left in this game, though. Yeah. This could end soon, right? Like a 4-way, basically. So England turns on Russia. Had to turn on someone. So the EF is staying solid, and the RT does not look nearly as solid anymore. Although it's not very clear. Romania went to Bulgaria. Albania went to Trieste. Yeah, I can't tell whether the RT exists here or not anymore.
I was going to say the same thing. I really don't know what's happening, but I do like all the dot changing.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to confuse us.
All right, we're
They
gonna.
both end up losing one though overall, which is interesting. Whereas the EF both end up gaining 2, so that's possibly telling. Armies, a fleet.
All right, as we look here, Frank's going to get locked up pretty soon.
Yep.
Yeah,
There it is.
there we go.
Oh.
Take
All
out
right.
the guys and then finish it.
So no idea what we just saw, but it was fun. So thank you for whoever's games we ended up importing somehow. What did we see?
An RT maybe versus an EF.
Yeah, more or less an RT versus EF, but it wasn't to start with, right? It was a late breaking RT, I think. So, and then not clear whether it stayed on around or not at the end.
I want to thank everybody for being a good sport with that. I think we just had to probably put the wrong code in when we were importing the games or something like that. So appreciate you letting us know. Glad that we had something that was different. Chris, what is your thought about moving into Germany whenever you're Italy, like that early move?
I've been known to do it now and again. I mean, I think the key thing is you don't want to move into Munich if you aren't going to succeed, first of all. Secondly, I don't like to follow it up. I mean, we saw in that game, Italy ended up with 2 armies in Germany, and you haven't got 2 dots, really. You've got 1 dot. You haven't got 2 dots. So there's no point in having 2 armies up there. And I always look at Munich as like a temporary, it's that 5th dot that gets me an extra build, but I don't expect to hold it. I'm hoping that, yeah, maybe I can then move from Munich to Kiel or Munich to Berlin. I can cause some trouble, generally mess the West up. You've also got to be a little bit careful of helping France too much because you don't particularly want a strong France if you're Italy. Yeah, so I don't dislike it, but you can't really think of it as establishing your foothold across the stalemate line. You've got to think of it as grabbing a dot that was vacant otherwise and will have some fun and cause some chaos with it.
So while Brian's pulling up the new game, Kaner on the Australian podcast is a big proponent. I don't see how it could work because I saw him try to do it at PoppyCon and it didn't work there. Of Venice to Tyrolia, Tyrolia to Munich, invited essentially by Germany to then get into Burgundy and fling west on a concentrated Western attack. Can that work? How can that work?
I've never done it. I've wanted to, but I've never done it. It feels like it should be a good surprise attack on France, but I think it's so difficult to actually pull it off. You have to have maybe there's a game somewhere out there where it's doable, but I feel like it's one of those, all the stars have to align exactly right, and then you can get away with it. But honestly, I don't think it's something you can really plan for and pull off that way.
I've definitely seen it in one of our Red Wednesday bar games. Okay. I don't remember if I did it, but I haven't seen it. It's fun. I wouldn't say that I've ever seen it work more effectively than using it in a more traditional way. But like an example would be if you've got a new player that you're like, I'm not attacking this person and I want to go do something else. That might be a alternative strategy, something like that. I don't know.
I feel if I was Italy, Germany, I'd say I got a better idea. You go to Piedmont, and I'll build an army in Munich. We can accomplish the same thing.
Yeah. That's the problem with it. I think you gain the element of surprise in that attack on France, but isn't the positional advantage of having a German army in Burgundy and an Italian army in Piedmont and fleets in the western side of the Mediterranean better? I suspect the advantage of surprise isn't worth the tactical disadvantage of effectively being a unit short. Right?
Well, let's find out if we see that happen in this correct game. My money is on no, but we'll find out. First of all, I want to thank everybody for letting us know. And then second, Kevin O'Kelly and Brandon Vogel for jumping right on this, figuring out where the issue was. And hopefully we've got it right. So let's try this again. Chris, why don't you lead us through 1901?
Okay, my attention is drawn to Italy straight away again. Venice to Tyrolia, Rome to Tuscany, and Naples to Tyrrhenian. Yeah, I mean,
those are legal orders.
They're okay if you're going to convoy over to Tunis anyway. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a huge advantage of that, but let's see what happens. It depends on what it's leading to, I guess. Burgundy vacant, all very friendly in the west. Liverpool to Wales with the fleets going north. That's a hedgy move from Tessa there. Sending the fleets north. Looks like she really wants to go north, but doesn't completely trust France. And then the Turk is the other interesting one, I guess, pulling Ankara out to Constantinople, getting that fleet onto the Mediterranean straight away, which is nice for Russia, if nothing else.
Christian, always take the black, or always go to the black in spring of 01. Always.
There we go, the convoy to Tunis. So it's, I mean, yeah, I suppose it's the same as convoying Apulia over to Tunis or Naples over to Tunis, but I prefer to have that fleet in Ionian rather than Tyrrhenian. It's got more options. You've got the play on Greece if you decide to use it. So maybe this makes Austria feel happier. I don't know. Tyrolia does try for Munich, but doesn't get in because Germany bounces them. And also a bounce in Belgium. So Tessa trying for the two builds and not getting them, whereas France, of course, picks up Iberia. That fleet, Constantinople, gets straight out into the Aegean. So this is a nice early move for Christian out into the Mediterranean, which is great as long as Russia isn't going to take advantage of being there in the Black Sea with very little behind to defend Turkey. So we'll see. Oh, and Sweden. So Germany supports Russia into Sweden. So Russia's got two builds, which is nice. And both in the south.
I really like that Tim did not build in St. Petersburg. I think that sort of helps Tessa out there a bit. We'll see if there's going to be ER cooperation.
Yeah, I think with Tessa having put the fleet into Norway, it's safe to build Moscow rather than St. Petersburg. And Moscow can still cover St. Petersburg, right? That's not a big deal. The Army Sev would worry me if I was Turkey at this point, with Russia already in the Black Sea.
And two French fleets.
Italy built an army, and France built two fleets. So yeah,
it's a hell of a game.
This is interesting for sure. And Germany hedging the bets with a fleet in Kiel.
I think the French attack is on. We're going to see an attack on France.
No one's got Belgium yet, so they could still just argue about Belgium for another year. We'll see. Well, Germany gets Belgium.
Germany gets Belgium.
Sorry,
but also, no problem. No problem. I'm like fading anyways. Germany gets Belgium, and also an English fleet and Helgoland. There is some English-Russian cooperation, so I'm happy to predict that. France sort of moves all in. Looks like. I guess it's not all in, but mostly in against Italy, whereas Germany's setting up for the attack on Russia. We'll see how it handles that new situation with England. The big news, though, is Christian Brown is in Greece with an army in Bulgaria, in Eastern, in Aegean. Oh, good move of Tim not to stab yet, but it's always hard for Turkey, right? You get one thing going right. Yeah, correct. You get one thing going right and then another wrong. But Sev can convoy to Ankara fairly.
It's going to be hard to resist that Sev to Ankara.
There could be some upside to the delay, though. So
Hmm.
Good job, Tim. Tim's shown himself to be pretty patient. Also helped England into Denmark. I don't know if I would have. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess North Sea is reasonable at this point. France just going against Italy. France is looking out of everything. It's like, you know what? EG, you guys fight. It's going to mess around with Italy now. Convoys to Tuscany, which is fantastic. Play on Tunis. We'll see what Christian does with that fleet in the Ionian now. If we all know Christian like we know Christian, I suspect it's going to try and be in Naples as opposed to helping Italy at all. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Italy's interesting here because in the spring, Italy forced Trieste, and then in the fall, they back out of Trieste again. Clearly, they weren't sure that the RT was together. And then when they saw in the spring that, yeah, actually, this is a solid RT, I have to worry about this. At that point, you say, okay, Austria, sorry about attacking you. We're friends now. Do your thing. Hold them up as long as you can. I'll just pull out of Trieste and go and fight France.
True, but I mean, Italy could also make a credible argument that, well, I guess Austria does need all those units.
I mean, if you're Austria at that point, if Italy stays in Trieste, you just throw everything against Italy, right? Because you're going to die anyway, and you punish Italy more than punishing RT because Italy's the more you can punish, if nothing else.
That is the only honorable way out as Austria.
Jonathan
Exactly.
Strange pulling a Mr. Norrell and convoying from Spain into Tuscany. I love that move. I don't know how effective it will be, but it's sure fun.
It looks nice. I mean, that's not a bad position to be in because it makes Italy think, right?
Yeah, the build of Fleet London is not going to be happy to Mr. Strange in France.
You would definitely prefer to see that in Edinburgh, but ER seems pretty solid, right?
It does, and it's not. I don't know why those two don't play more often. It's a natural friendship in my mind. Scandinavia can be solved.
It's a good alliance. I like it. I'm thinking that Fleet London is probably going for Belgium because it's about time someone took Belgium, isn't it? Or convoying the army over to Belgium. That works too.
Let's leave Belgium as is.
So France has to panic and cover Marseille. Italy, Piedmont to Tirol is interesting. I'm not sure what that's about. I can see covering Venice, but why not just cover Venice from Piedmont? And trying to convoy. The unfortunate thing is to try to convoy the army back to Rome, and that bounces, and the fleet gets into Tunis. So the army ends up getting popped, which is the worst possible result that you could have here. If you just supported it in place, that would be okay. If the convoy had succeeded, that would also be okay. But this is the worst thing that could happen. And the Turks to Apulia.
I was just laughing at Brandon's comment.
Yep. Sebastopol goes up to Moscow, so that eases the pressure on Christian there in the south. But Smyrna moves to Constantinople anyway because Christian obviously isn't 100% confident of the. I can't blame him. I would be very loath to move Smyrna to Aegean at this point with that fleet sitting in the Black Sea for all this length of time.
True.
And the army, Seb could easily have come out into Armenia, right?
What's a more reasonable play for Christian? Should he have done what he did, or should he have convoyed Greece to Apulia and Aegean to Greece?
The army is definitely more use in Apulia than the fleet. Yeah, maybe he should have convoyed the army over.
Or maybe he's not interested in Naples.
Depends on what he's doing, of course. If he's not planning on the Italian dots, then this is a better move. Then you want the army in Greece. Right? That was brought up earlier that the army in Greece has a play on Serbia, which your fleet doesn't. So here we see that coming into play. So they're obviously concentrating on the Austrian dots first. Moscow comes back to Sevastopol again now that Constantinople's moving to Aegean.
God, Christian.
I'm not sure about this. But then Turkey's got a build, so it's not terrible. And Russia does not have a build, right? What else have we got? France making more progress getting into the Tyrrhenian. But that, oh no, the Italian unit won't come back because Tunis is gone. Turkey not trying for any Italian dots at all, which lets Italy defend against France, which is probably a good thing, especially if there's Austrian dots to be taken instead. So I quite like that. And Belgium finally gets taken by France, not by England. So France taking a nice lead here, up to 7.
Yeah,
having picked up Tunis and Belgium. Tunis and Belgium in the same turn. That seems fair. The turn that Belgium finally becomes non-neutral is also the turn that France takes Tunis.
Well, France takes both, just as God intended, apparently.
Yep. You've got to like this French position, though, right? They've already got a beachhead in Italy. It's only.
I like it so much that if I was England and Germany, I'd be attacking it right now. I think they have to try and get it back together, but no. What? Yeah, no. They fails to take Belgium again. Belgium doesn't cut Ruhr supports, but I don't think it would have. It's still 3-on-3. It wouldn't have made a difference. France is in the. I'm sorry.
What did Belgium order? Looks like Belgium might have supported Helgoland to Holland.
Oh, correct. Yes, as Brest moves to England.
Yeah. So France did take England's side, and that which makes sense with the move of the army up to Burgundy, right?
It does. Yeah. No, I knew I was missing something there, but yeah. All right. That's reasonable. Meanwhile, France is in the Ionian. Turkey takes Trieste. Oh, this is a pretty good game for Christian. And again, Russia does not convoy to Ankara, but this has got to be in the cards pretty darn soon. I mean,
this is a fast-moving game, right?
Yeah.
It's in spring 1904, and we've got a Turkish fleet up in Trieste and the French in Ionian. Yeah.
All right. So as we move to the fall, Russia backs off of Turkey again, takes Budapest, supports England into Kiel. This time, I think France is supporting England into Holland. Okay. So just playing around with Tessa a bit. That's fine. England takes Kiel also, Holland. It's a very good turn for England and Russia. Turkey's going to get a build. What is this game at? ERT?
But what's Russia getting out of this alliance with England? I mean, they put England into Kiel at the same time England takes Holland, and Russia doesn't get anything out of it. I mean, Russia's gaining in the south, I guess, but why are they allied with England? I don't know.
It's not unreasonable to have England. Well, Tim here is saying that the order from England was a misorder or something. They couldn't get it together, but yeah, no, it's a good question. I guess Russia and France are both hoping that England moves against the other, right? That's the bet.
I like Brandon's comment.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a nice 4-way draw between the 4 of them. Just get rid of the other 3 powers, and then we're done.
Do we really think Christian can stay in any alliance that is not Christian?
As long as there is sufficient growth. That French fleet is, I mean, do you think that's going south, or do you think maybe there's a little bit of trouble between that alliance structure?
Well, it's the only place you could, if you want to build a French fleet, it's the only place you can build it, right? So it could go south. Will it?
There's plausible deniability. I mean, look, it depends on your view of the game. Are you an alliance that doesn't mind getting over the stalemate, or you want to be in your little corner? France is really overcommitted here, I think, for it to have a successful attack on England, but so we'll see.
I think it's going south because France only has 2 fleets in the Med to Turkey's well, they did have 3. Now they've got 4. And France has still got dots to take in Italy. Well, a dot to take in Italy, but they're going to have trouble holding it against the Turk. So I think that's going south.
You're up.
Yeah, so France pushing the army forward to take Munich. The fleet cover follows up. That Brest fleet goes to Mal, which probably does indicate that it's going south. The interesting thing, though, is that Norwegian fleet coming to North Atlantic. France has 4 fleets in the Med, if that one's going to the Med. So they don't need that English fleet there. So it's probably not a, please come and send one of your fleets to help me out in the Mediterranean, England. That's probably not something that Jonathan wanted to see from Tessa there. But, I mean, England's a bit stuck here, right? They have to put Russia into Berlin, I think, in order to keep that alliance going. And then they have to turn on someone, right? They can't really keep allied with France and Russia at that point because there's no one left to attack. So this looks to me like they're turning on France, and the Russian alliance stays. In the south, Russian armies move in on Munich as well. Munich might be there for a while just because it's beleaguered from all sides and no one can agree on who should take it. Turkey gets the army convoyed through Adriatic into Venice, which I kind of love. So it looks like Italy now isn't sat in any of their own dots, which is not a good situation to be in. That Austrian army might survive for a while, though, because that's got to be there at Russian request. So maybe Russia wants to keep that alive. Romania went down to the Black Sea, and Sevastopol, the army in Sevastopol, moved down to Romania. I don't know how I read that. If I was Russia and I was attacking Turkey, I think I'd probably put Sevan to Armenia rather than Romania. But then and then Galicia, I would probably move that direction as well. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think we're going to see the convoy.
We might.
This has to be the turn.
But Serbia can easily go to Romania, right? Oh, but then Budapest is there as well. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, it's not a convoy. I think we'll just see the fleet there. Let's see. No, God.
There you go.
So, Tim is showing patience.
So the nice Austrian moved that army out to Tyrolia, and then the Russian repays them by just moving in and taking Vienna unsupported. Oh, but they did try and put Tyrolia up into Munich. So I guess that was the deal. I'll take Vienna, but put you into Munich. But Austria had other ideas and thought they could get Venice, but they couldn't. So that was unfortunate.
I'm liking this decision not to attack Turkey from Tim here. My take on it is Turkey's going to be bashing their head against France, who's your biggest rival. Let them go at it. And you've got a little bit of growth. And I mean, if France and England start fighting, that's great for Tim.
I think you're right. Because, I mean, France is topping the board at the moment. So if you're Russia and looking at how do I win this game, it's, someone has to keep France down. If you attack Turkey, Turkey's going to pull off France. France is guaranteed to pick up all of Italy. Meanwhile, you have still got growth, right? Because you've got Berlin and possibly also Munich in the center there, if you stick with the ER alliance, and Vienna as well, right? So that gets you 2 up, so which then puts you ahead of France at that point, maybe, right? Or at least equal to France. So I think you're right. I think this is not the time. And also, the way the positioning is, it feels like that stab of Turkey is going to be available later as well, right? It's hard to see it disappearing.
Okay, well, that's true. I guess it could disappear if they. Well, you're right, but what I'm thinking about right now is that England's got to make a decision here. It's got to make a decision like right now, like that we haven't had a plan here, and we're playing both sides against the middle, and that's only going to last you so long. So I hope Tessa gets a little mean.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that move to North Atlantic was prevented. It was defensive rather than offensive. and we've got this bounce in Norway. There's no attempt to take any dots for Tessa, right? Is she going to sit on 7 and watch France grow and watch Russia grow and watch Turkey grow and just say, yep, okay, I'll take 4th? I hope not.
Fleet Edinburgh. Okay.
It's a bit nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's still the same.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, she's got to make a play here.
So we lose the 2 little powers. Also, France built a fleet Brest as well. Again, another fleet, so it could be going south. Mao hasn't actually made it south, has it? I don't think. I guess it didn't try even, did it? It went to Mao and then stopped, but maybe because of now.
All right, let's go 6. Come on, let's get ready to rumble here. All right, Tessa makes her move against Belgium. Belgium is always French. So that was good. Retreats to the Channel, not good. I think North Atlantic should have probably moved to Mid-Atlantic. Didn't do that, but France is, we'll see for how long, is pressing the attack and going to defend against Turkey. Christian's convoying to Apulia. Man, I'm loving the Turkish position, except for that Russian fleet in Romania that they haven't taken care of. That's always going to be there for Tim. Tim, another good Russian effort now into Berlin. We definitely know that Russia and France are not going to cooperate with each other. So I guess they'll both be lobbying Tessa to some degree. But I guess I'll move it on. But I'm really liking Tim's position here. I don't know how Tim can not top this board.
I like the Turkish moves. Convoy to Apulia and convoy Albania to Venice. Or Venice goes to Tuscany.
Ooh. All right.
Nice.
Well, when you say ooh, I always wonder what I missed. But in any event, just going through it, let's see. Now we see the Romanian fleet back in black for no reason. All right, there's no reason for this play at all.
There's a reason.
Well, no reason except to be anti-Turkish.
No reason Turkey's going to like it.
Yeah, no reason Turkey is going to like it, but it was going to happen, especially with the Budapest to Serbia follow through. Yeah, and Christian is not feeling good, and Vienna to Budapest. It's bad news for Christian.
All those armies over to Italy. It's great for attacking Italy, but it's not so great for defending Turkey.
Yeah, he's got 4 Turkish armies. Am I reading that right? Yeah, no, 3 Turkish armies. Christian does take Romania. Rome. I told you it's late. So guess they'll get a build. No, because they lost Serbia.
He's going to lose Serbia. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Russia, as I predicted, this is Russia's. Now we see the fleet in Liverpool from Tessa. The armies from Russia. Oh, not gonna. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Yeah,
that's it.
A reasonable draw at this time, I think.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that result. I mean, Tim played a great game here, right? And the timing of the stab was beautiful, I think.
Absolutely perfect. So, wonderful. Well, we happen to be joined in studio right now by our board topper, Tim. Welcome. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, Tim.
Well done.
Hi.
Tim, to me, the sum of what impressed me about this game, it can be said in one word, and that's patience.
Yeah, and Chris played a lot, and Tessa was actually quite amazing. She really, her comfort level with me throughout the game, really, it was the diplomatic side of that just kept the North so patient that I didn't really have any problems at all. I could just concentrate on Germany and just set up my stab of Turk. I think, Chris, you said it, that stab was always going to be there.
That's the nice thing about that fleet, though. If Turkey's pushing all those fleets out into the west, and particularly following up with the armies, that fleet in the Black Sea, Romania, is always there, just waiting for the chance to the right opportunity to pounce on Ankara, basically. Right?
Yeah, and when the conversations got sticky, I could say, yeah, Chris, I'll pull it out. I'll pull it out of the Black Sea. No big deal.
Yeah.
And that was enough to keep the alliance going. When we started the game, we were going to try to bring that Black Sea fleet out into Aegean. But as it played out, it wasn't necessary. So
no, it wasn't necessary.
That's what we were going to try to do because we thought that would be so much fun.
What a shame that it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it turned out it's like, no, he kept building fleets. It's like, all right, I guess it doesn't make any sense anymore. But I mean, it would have been fun.
Well, you know what else is fun? This result. So
yeah, I think this is the first board top I've had. Definitely in VDL. I think I've had one Weasel board top or board share. So, and I hated stabbing Christian for this last position, but you know, Brandon's yelled at me, and you just got to go for it. You got to go for it. And you guys mentioned that earlier, and I'm not the player to just go for it, but I've done it a couple of times, and it turned out okay.
I don't think
I was going to say, the one time Christian plays like an alliance player, now you understand why he plays the other way.
That's why I felt so bad. I was like, he did just about there were a couple of moves. If you go back, he orders Smyrna to Khan, and you guys mentioned that. And I thought that was going to be where, I think it's, right here.
Yeah.
He orders Smyrna to Khan, but that wasn't what we talked about. And that's like, okay, Italy is kind of flopping around. He gets into Trieste twice and moves out twice, which I really think he could have used those builds. But also, like you said, we would have just run over Austria a little bit quicker. But that Smyrna to Khan move right there is where I thought RT was going to end. Because if he taps Black Sea, and now Romania's gone, because I'm still trying to be aggressive. But we talked for a good 4 minutes just to make sure that didn't happen. And it worked out. He pulled Khan out after that. Yeah. That's also why, and I think you guys mentioned it earlier, I think the very next turn here, I put Bulgaria into Serbia?
Correct.
And that was like, Chris, anything you want, I will do it to keep this RT together. And that's what it was.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, okay, we'll be even. That's fine with me. I'll put you across to Serbia. That's fine. As long as it keeps the RT together.
And the fact that it pushes that army further away from Turkey is just an added bonus.
So Tim, Resh is my favorite power to play. I absolutely love it. It can be extremely fragile, and in any situation where you're under a short time limit, it's also a little difficult because you're managing conversations in multiple theaters.
All across the board. Yeah, I had to talk to everybody every single turn.
What?
And, there's a couple times that I didn't talk to Chris, and we got that move, Smyrna to Constantinople, because I didn't get a chance to talk to him. So I'm sure he got squeamish. But I was like, I was really working with Tess a lot to foster that relationship. And France didn't do himself any favors by continuing to build fleets in Brest. So that gave me diplomatic ammunition. And that's something we all talked about after the game as well. It's like, I think if France right here in 03 waves that Brest build, this is a totally different game.
Mm-hmm.
I really applaud two things. One is that you weren't afraid to work with a newer player. Two is you weren't afraid to do a non-traditional alliance that could be successful. So that's fantastic because, Fresha doesn't really have to worry about England. I think its chances of board topping go way up.
Mm-hmm. We actually tried to form EGR. but Tess was into that. She's like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I don't have to fight with Russia. I don't have to fight with Germany. I can just continue. But Germany didn't want that.
I wouldn't want that as Germany either.
Well, Ed, I think you and I played a game. I was Austria. You were Russia. Joffe was Germany. And you guys played EGR to the end. And
yeah, well, I mean, I'm unusual.
It was
right?
fine for all three of you.
Just have to trust.
Yeah, that was the point. It's like if Germany couldn't trust that we would pinch him in the end. He felt that was it, and we predicted a lot of the German moves. As soon as she told me, "Hey, Germany wants Western Triple," I was like, "Okay, this is what he's going to do. He's sending Kiel to Baltic because that's what it's going to do." And she's like, "You know what? I'm more comfortable working with you, so I'll go to Helgoland." And that was the game, basically. And then France building those fleets in Brest instead of waving. That changed the dynamic. And I got to applaud Tessa because she was under immense pressure from both France and Germany to check me.
Tim, you've had 2 great games tonight or today on BDL.
Not my Italy, but but I did survive.
Well, I mean, you hung on to Munich.
Hung on to
right?
Munich. Hung on to Munich. I was like, I got there as fast as I could because I was like, okay.
All right, take it back. You've had 1 good game.
Yeah, I had 1 good game. It was like, if I get to Munich, I know France doesn't want, one side doesn't want the other side to have it. So I think I should be okay.
And it's all about how you measure success.
Yeah.
Karthik, what do you think of that game?
I was really impressed. Congratulations, Tim. Congrats on the board top in BDL. You mentioned this is your first one, so
yes,
major kudos to you there. I thought you played a great game, and I was really, really impressed with you pulling off the ER. So major congrats to you, in that respect.
And Tess has a lot to do with that too.
Yeah, congrats to her as well there.
She made a couple of risky moves, and she had to trust me a couple of times. But I mean, that's diplomacy, right?
Right.
All right. Well, that pretty much wraps this up. Tim, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and close out our show. Give each of you a chance to talk through what did we see tonight, what did you like, and what are you looking forward to in our upcoming months. Ed, I'm going to start with you.
New faces, different strategies, not the same old, which makes our broadcast more fun, and frankly, games I'd rather play in.
Yeah, definitely. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, particularly that last game, this idea that there are certain alliances that you see a lot and other alliances that you hardly ever see. And certain powers do more naturally ally with certain other powers, but it's much more about the people than the powers. And any alliance can work if it's the right people playing it, right? Yeah. So, keep your options open and don't get blinkered into, I've got to, if Italy, I've got to ally with Austria, or if I'm England, I'm going to ally with either France or Germany, because there are other options out there and they're worth looking at. And if the right person's in that other power that's nearby, then maybe that's the right alliance to play in this game.
Not to step over Karthik, but what Chris just said reminds me of what David Hood always says, which is it's not the pieces on the board, it's the people moving the pieces on the board. And that's why I personally, I'm not wed to anything. I want to play with the people I can trust the most, period.
Yeah. And
not name Karthik.
We do spend some time looking, and just because it's fun to talk about, analyzing what powers are performing well, blah, blah, blah. Most games are not as balanced as diplomacy. If you look at even our quote worst powers are performing very well. The difference between them is minimal. The amount of difference that you get between a player over a power is massively more pronounced. So completely agree with that sentiment. Karthik, what about you?
Yeah, so I definitely want to echo, like, what my esteemed colleague said about both seeing new faces and, like, doing like well, like, seeing people who haven't seen tons of success before, like, succeeding. Because I mean, people sometimes feel like, like, oh, it's always the same elites, like, succeeding, and people who are new have trouble breaking in. So seeing these new faces succeed and beat some more experienced players, always really fun. And then also I really like seeing people go for it. Like, there are plenty of games where, like, people just say, it's 9-9, 10-10, whatever. Like, let's just take the draw and call it a good game. We all had fun. It's 1905, whatever. We saw a lot of people trying to, like, make the stab, trying to take the solo, like, lone board top for themselves. Like, and that's something that makes games really, really fun. And I thought that was something that was really, really fun to watch. And then finally, like both of them said before, the alliances. I mean, me and Chris had a really fun AT, like, for the first, like, part of one of our games at Whipping. And I mean, people always say, like, oh, Austria and Turkey can't work together because they're 18, their path to success, like, runs directly against each other. But I mean, like, if you have the right people who want to make something happen, it can work. I mean, diplomacy is so well balanced primarily because people have basically a strong incentive to counter any imbalances that they feel are natural to the map, right? So I think people recognizing that and saying, hey, like, just because people say this is not going to work doesn't mean it actually can't work. Like, anything can work if you want it to.
Well, I would like to thank each of you for joining the broadcast tonight. Had a lot of fun. The games tonight were fantastic. There was a period of time towards the end of our first season where we saw pretty much the same kind of alliance structures and games over and over. And that was not the case this time. So we definitely had some really good variety, and really appreciate everybody making enjoyable experience for us to watch, and I'm sure that makes it more fun to play as well.
There's a lot of this season left still, right? So it's
yes.
not too late to join in even if you haven't played yet, right?
Absolutely. We're just getting started. This is, I believe, our third or fourth month for Virtual Diplomacy League. And as we said at the top of the show, there are opportunities to play in this league. We've got many other leagues, tournaments. We've got so much diplomacy going on in every single format: virtual, face-to-face, extended deadline, find. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, month 3 of 10. Find a way that you can get involved in what you enjoy, and there's something out there for you. So
I would like to thank Tinder X, because it said in the comments it would make my online wishes come true. And my online wish today, probably to the sadness of the Tinder X people, was that Brandon not board top, and Brandon did not board top. So thank you, Tinder X.
There we go. Those bots, they get you. I would also like to thank Kevin O'Kelly for his help at the start of the show, and helped me out with putting together some of our running order and just producing behind the scenes as always. Brandon putting the work in, building out Dipcast, constantly doing behind the scenes upgrades, putting all the games together. Gary for putting together the tour of Britain. Tried to get him on the show, couldn't work out scheduling. That was on me. Really going to try and get him on. He's got some really fun experimentation going on with the tour of Britain. Can't wait to give him a chance to talk about that. And Zachary Moore putting together the Virtual Diplomacy League. One of the working hard at making all of us have a good time. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for participating in chat. This was a pretty active chat today. It was a lot of fun. And just look forward to our next one. So with that, I will say good night. We will see you all on a diplomacy board soon.